today's title is From Angels to Aliens, and what we're going to be basically dealing with is the powerful shifts that are happening in modern culture, and as it deals with the transformation of ancient spiritual narratives into extraterrestrial narratives. If you understand and you've been following and your third eye been opening and you see what I mean by that, drop some fireballs, drop some firebombs, let's get it crunk in the chat room, man. If you resonate on this frequency, if you can see through the veil what's happening with this particular agenda as it's rolling out on the masses, and you understand that the way they're moving is predictive programming. It's a predictable outcome. But one thing we got to understand is how the theologians are going to play into this new world order agenda, and how the Vatican will play into this. So you're going to see the Bible start to be reinterpreted to support new world order, new age agendas. And we're starting to see that now with the UAP, UFO concept. One thing I'm going to say that's unscripted, right, about all of this stuff is that people want to use the Bible to prove UFOs, UAPs. What are you proving if it's unidentified? You understand? The people who wrote the Bible, what they were speaking about was specific, and it was identified. That's right. They said it was Ezekiel's whale. They didn't say it was a UFO ship. Ezekiel is a man. Now, I know that the ancestors didn't name the aliens after men. So I want you to understand one of the biggest deceptions with this psyop is to hide man-made advanced government technology. The technology that the government has stumbled across is ancient. It's not alien. They're reverse engineering it. They can't let us know what we're looking at. You know why? It defies all of the physics they've been teaching us. And they're not going to rewrite all of these science books and all of that. But they know they don't got to, because a lot of people just don't do this much investigation and questioning, and they just don't care about the truth like that. Just being honest. If they did, it'll be more people asking these kind of questions. Just my little intro here, and we finna hop into the information. Make sure you guys like and share on your way in. We're going to start to see the Bible and the theologians play into the UAP, UFO agenda. We already saw the Vatican leading that by calling them angels. Now, the thing about what the Vatican doing, what the false prophets, what the New World Order agenda is, and how it's defiling the Bible, because they're trying to merge their mysticism and them playing dumb with the prophets of old. And when they do that, they got to make it seem like this was such a big mystery to the prophets too, and that we're all stupid as hell and we don't know what these things are. It's unidentified. Could it be ET? The truth is that if the prophets was here today, they would tell you, hey, we made that. The starships, Ezekiel's wheel, Vimanas, we as man made that. This is spiritual technology. This would be the equivalent of us reverse engineering our own Merkaba into a physical vehicle. And it would operate some like how the DeLorean operated in Back to the Future. It would be a physical vehicle, but it's a paradoxical type of technology, because it ain't necessarily physical too, because the only way I can explain this is like, if you ever watch Star Trek, the Star Trek Enterprise ship is physical. But when it get to a certain speed, it turns into a beam of light. And when it gets to that speed, it disappears. It phases in and out. And when it gets to that speed, it just opens up a wormhole or a portal and vanishes in its own little portal and pops out somewhere else. It teleports. You know, me talking like this is really me thinking I'm talking to a bunch of young folks. I feel real old. Because I had to remember, boy, not everyone know about Star Trek. Let me look in my chat room. Drop a 1 if you grew up in the Star Trek generation like I did, because I may be talking to a bunch of folks that's like, what the hell is Star Trek? What the hell is the Enterprise ship? Right? Everyone drop a 1 if you from the Star Trek generation like your boy. You know what I'm saying? Now I can make these kind of analogies with y'all. But yeah, the Enterprise ship, it did something that's called phasing in and out of the physical spectrum. I don't like to say physical reality. I'm not using the word spectrum just to sound nerdy. I'm using the word spectrum to be specific because what we call reality is literally just a small spectrum of what our limited human senses is able to detect within this big infinite universe. And out of this entire universe, our limited human senses is only detecting the 1% of all there is to detect, which means our spectrum of reality is a freaking slither. You understand why I use the word spectrum now instead of just reality? It's able to phase past our perceived senses. It's not being invisible. It's turning into a state of matter that the human biology can't detect within the 2020 confinement that we are biologically limited to. We see 2020 with our eyes. We hear 2020 with our ears. We hear from 20 hertz to 20K. After that, it's inaudible. Same thing with our sight, 2020. We're basically in a 2020 prison. And so there's a 99% of reality for us to interface with that we just don't interface with because our soul is interfacing with reality through the human body, which is filtering us from 99% of all there is to see out there. So what happens when you look at a star in the sky or a Vimana, these little white balls, I recorded some too. They shoot across the sky and they get bright, they disappear. They go away. They just fade. As quickly as they come, they go. They just vanish right before your eyes, man. And they come into reality out of nowhere. You can just be looking at the sky, then boom, just out of the darkness, here come a shooting. It didn't come across the view. It just popped out, just phased into reality. Now, a lot of people who don't watch the sky, they may think I'm capping, but I recorded my own video, people, and I'm going to share it at some point in this series. I'm going to share it, and we're going to examine my own UAP video. Saving the best part for last. I got to have something to dangle in front of you to keep you coming back now. So, people, we need to understand the concept of being able to phase in and out of the physical spectrum. I use the word spectrum because what we would perceive as physicality, what we call physics, or our understanding of reality through physics, or what we call the physical world, is basically what we should be called the world that humans are confined to. And that's just 1% of the universe. So damn it, we're in a little bitty, man. And so think of trying to act like you know everything as a human. That's why at this point, you got to look back at the ancients who had transcended the human body. That's right. They had become guru spiritual gods, transcending the flesh. Now, they walked in the flesh just like us, but they weren't limited to it, meaning there were people on this earth like Ezekiel, like Jacob, all of these prophets in the Bible, like the Mayans. See, the people who writing about the prophets that's able to ascend up and down Jacob's ladder to the heavens, they butts can't leave the earth. They don't got a soul. That's right. They're taking our ability and making their own whitewashed comic book characters. And I shouldn't say whitewash, I should say transhuman wash, NPC wash, barbarian wash, because our oppressor comes in all skin tones and colors. Let me give a big shout out to Voodoo Child for giving the first donation. Calling Dr. Sanchez, these food choking on stupid. Please hit them with a dose of common sense and critical thinking. I'm going to give them that Heimlich and get that stupidity and let them cough that stupidity up. Shout out to Voodoo Child. So yeah, if you want to know what an astronaut is, it's a human being that's able to access the astral realms. Now, if you have deja vu, if you dream a lot, if you have lucid dreams, if you astral projected, if you had an OBE, a NDE, then you got a soul. You got a soul. And basically, when we die and our body fade away and disappear, it's doing just like what these stars in the sky do. Everything here is holding a temporary form. Your true form is just passing through a medium or a gradient. And as it interfaces with it, it turns your energy into a human being. But as your soul keeps moving through these ethereal waters that's creating its particular reality here, and it crosses over into the next layer of reality, it will transform based upon that particular medium. Each particular medium or ether that the soul crosses over into would transform it into something better or worse, depending on if you're ascending or descending up the stairway to heaven. Now, when I talk about ascension, we're talking about UFOs. We're talking about Ezekiel's will. We're talking about the original science that recorded how man truly left the earth in conscious, not in a rocket like what NASA saying. If you brought back the prophets back in the old day, they would laugh at your space program. They would tell you, listen, dummy, you barbarian, nothing can break past the firmament dome, stupid. That's right. Nothing can get out of this earth unless it transforms itself. That's right. I like that rule, chat. Drop a one if you like that rule. I like that rule. It's like we are animals in the zoo. And the zoo owner saying, yeah, we will let that lion out of the cage if it can behave right. It got to transform. See, now the lion can't even act in its true nature, because the lion's biology tells it to just bite, to act. But see, if the lion wanted to be domesticated, or what we call a lion tamer, you can breed its true nature out of it and make it behave itself, like what we did with the wolf with the dog. And you can make this dog, the most vicious dog, sit there at your leg and beg. This is what I'm talking about. Your ability to domesticate is basically an ancient ability to civilize a predatory being that's operating on a low frequency. So yes, there are predators all around you, but they didn't always exist. And if you are a Christian and you subscribe to the Bible, then the book of Genesis tells us that in the beginning, all of the animals were basically prey or vegetarians. Nothing was predator. But this is very important, because what you got to realize, the first humans that was eating meat or that became predators are the non-player characters, or the pre-Adamite race rising up from the pits. Because I don't want to get too deep on the pre-Adamite race too early, I want to get into the UFO thing, but we are dealing with the Bible. So, you know, the floor is open for me to do my thing. The point that I want to make with y'all is this. The Bible was written by people who thought we were living in a simulation. Earth is not a physical place. It's a digital program. It's a dream world. You dying is you waking up from a dream, like falling off that cliff in a dream. And when you hit the ground, you wake back up somewhere else. Yes, there's layers of reality. Death is awakening. Now, the crazy thing about all of this is that we're not dying, we're living. We're already dead. Everything we've been taught is backwards. We are ghosts in a machine, a Earth-like simulation. We fell from an original reality that isn't a simulation. It's a what's called the base reality. It's the real world. Now, this is an Earth-like simulation that was created by advanced ancient civilizations. Our soul was born into a machine. It resembles our true Earth, but it's nothing like it when it comes to the physics laws. In our true Earth, there is no predator versus prey. The laws that creates capitalism and a Hunger Games system here don't exist there, because all the beings there are so independent and they're light beings. They don't lack anything. So I don't gotta go to work for nothing. I don't gotta compete with you for nothing. Like, and our original Earth-like civilization is like Eden. It's stupid to compete. Capitalism don't even make sense there because it's so much abundance and ain't no health. Like, you live forever. It's like Eden. Now, we created Earth-like simulations in the base reality, and the fall from the base reality was us plugging up into computer simulations. We're still in Eden, but we're asleep, waiting to wake up. But we got to pass through 7 different layers of simulation, 7 false realities, or the 7 netters, the veils we got to strip away. So the universe has a law where it saves the best for last. So based on that law, we don't die first. We don't live first. We die first and live last. Let me repeat that. There's a law in the universe. The universe follows this law whether we don't or not. And the law of saving the best for last, that's true. That's a universal law, meaning the best part of a seed is when it finally transforms into a tree. The best part comes last after the hard part, breaking through the shell casing, rising up through the dirt, right? Getting your root system in. After all that's done, then transformation, you know, so the best part come last. It only get better. Like they said, when you at the bottom, you can't go nowhere but up. That's how a seed feel. When you drop it into the ground and say, I'm way down here, I can't do nothing but go up. And it transforms itself with that mind. We're in the lowest realm, and we're fallen angels, but it's more like a drop seed. You have to germinate the seed in water, but and us being here in this reality is like our soul is immersed in the waters below, in these ethereal mediums. They're like primordial oceans. Each ocean we spend a lifetime in is its own cleansing cycle. So it's like me saying, hey, I gotta wash your car with the first coat is just to clean the dirt off with this chemical. The next chemical puts a shine on the car. The next chemical I'm gonna put on there gonna protect the shine. So it's like all of these different layers we're adding is doing its own thing. And as we get to the last process, we're gonna be like, damn. So I got to go into this because when we deal with the Bible, it's important for me to give you a concept of what the original writers of the Bible, how they viewed reality. They didn't have the concepts we have today. So when the Bible say in the beginning was the word, it's like me typing up a prompt for AI, because the prophet said that we live in a simulation. And they said that there is no free will. When they say in the beginning was the word, everything that's written got to be played out, that means you ain't got no choice. You ain't no free will. You can't if you're a Christian and you going against what I'm saying, you going against your Bible. For real though. Your Bible said ain't no free will. If everything is written out from beginning to end and prophecy just being fulfilled, that explains why we have deja vu. Because tomorrow ain't a blank sheet of paper in a book waiting for us to write. The words are already written. Every action you're going to do to the rest of your life is already written out. If life is a book, each day is a page, and tomorrow is already written. It was written. In the beginning was the word. If I get on Chat GPT right now and I type out an AI prompt, hey, make me a video of the sun shining with beautiful women on the beach enjoying a martini. What existed first? The word, the prompt. And once I write that prompt, AI gonna generate the video. Generate is Genesis. Let there be light. My words come into a picture. And when AI generate my video prompt, it is bound to the script. The script can't be changed. Whatever I type the prompt in for AI, that particular video is condemned to that prompt and you can't change it. If you want to change it, you got to make a whole nother video and just redo the prompt and it'll make you another version. Each of these universes has its own prompt and you can't stray from it. We can't change our fate in any of these universes, but guess what? Here go the good part. We can change universes. Now, let me break some down to y'all. People may say, if we don't got free will, how can we change then? Guess what? The version of yourself that you trying to change to, it already exists in a parallel universe. You ain't writing a new script. You're channeling an old frequency that been existed. All of the versions of the self exist at the same time from the worst to the best. Even this one here, and they all exist in their parallel reality. When you say, man, I don't like who I am today, I'm going to change and I'm going to become a new version of myself, you ain't writing no new script. You just channeling another you that already exists out there in a parallel reality, and you're summoning that into this space. So no, we don't got free will, but we still can change our reality by dialing into other universes and other versions of the self, other layers of the self. That's important to know before we get deep into this. Because when we talk about Ezekiel's well and what the Bible was talking about with all of the prophets, it was talking about the rising of the Kundalini and the consciousness being activated. What does that mean, to activate the third eye, to open the third eye? It means to activate your multidimensional capabilities and start to. Shout out to Dr. Remka coming through with the huge donation there. I appreciate that love. Much love for every soul here striving to find truth and understanding. Thank you, bro, for sharing your inner journey for free. I thank you all for supporting me and allowing me to be able to, do what I'm doing and just focus all my energy on this, because I've been wanting to do this since a small child. I'm literally living my dream, and I thank y'all for that. Dr. Remka, that's love. Appreciate everyone in the chat room. We'll skip back to some of this deep stuff I'm saying here about the nature of our reality. I'm going to wrap my intro up, and I'm going to get into some information here. What you want to take away from this intro, and we'll come back to it, is everything they're trying to make the Bible out to be to support mysticism and ETs and UAPs is corrupting the Bible. It's defiling the Bible, because if they haven't identified their object yet that's up there, they can't put that on Ezekiel and the prophets. Let me give a shout out to Breaking Free, man. Shout out. Shout out to Breaking Free for that love. and then drop a 1 if y'all get what I'm saying. If I look up into my backyard and I see a bird in a tree, and I say, I can't identify that bird, right? If I say, I can't identify that bird, let me close Facebook, my bad. Yeah, if I say I can't identify that bird, I'm telling you my ignorance. That don't mean my neighbor can't identify it. But see, for me to project my ignorance on everybody else, that is like a form of scientific racism, biasness. That means can't nobody get the shit right until I get it right. Or till I, like, whatever the real answer is, I can't let nobody leak that before me. That means I want to keep this shit a mystery. And anybody else that show up and say, well, I know what it is, I got to play that off like, oh, it's a mystery to you too? No, I know what it is. Oh, it's a mystery to them too. They're going to just ignore me. I didn't say it's a mystery to me. It's a mystery to you. You haven't identified it. The prophets in the Bible spoke very specific about what they saw in the sky. That's right. That means it was identified. You can't call it a wheel, but say, I can't identify this object, you know. It's a lighter, but it's unidentified. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to identify it, you know. Yeah, Sanchez is lighter. Like Ezekiel's wheel, the things that turn on your car. If someone show up and say, man, he stole something from you. Well, what did he steal? He stole your wheel, but I can't identify it. Wait a minute, bro. You just identified the item that he stole from me. You said it was the wheel that was in my backyard. He took my wheel from back there, my spare tire or whatever. Yeah, man, he stole your wheel, but I can't identify the object that he stole from you. Was it a wheel or you can't identify the damn object? Right. Because you're identifying it. And if the prophets gave their shit an identity and you didn't, quit putting that in their damn mouth, man. Right. Your shit is a mystery. Ezekiel said his was a wheel and a man controlled it. It wasn't a mysterious, unidentified object that a green man controlling, and that will be crazy anyway, because if you haven't identified it, why you keep talking to me about a green man? That's right. Why you trying to identify it using the Bible when the Bible said it was a human man, not an alien, controlling this spiritual vehicle, which will support my idea that what we see is ancient technology that the government reverse engineering. They know how to make Ezekiel's wheel, my nigga. They know how to make the equivalent of what we saw in Back to the Future with the DeLorean. Physical technology that is it ain't just physical, it's hybrid, meaning you can't just say this thing is physical because when it fades out of the 2020 spectrum, it ain't physical no more. They're creating objects that can transcend our known states of matter, solid, liquid, gas, and these objects can reach the plasma state. And when they do that, it's like a lightning strike, boom. They phase in and out. They pierce the veil. That's what all of this stuff is doing when you see it getting bright and then it fucking disappears. I study the sky. Shout out to Fila B for saying thank you for the greatest knowledge. That means a lot, Fila. I'm humbled and I appreciate you. I study these things. And them things will get real bright. And right when they getting bright as hell and you think something finna happen, they disappear. Drop a 1 if you seen this shit before. It's weird. And they come out of nowhere. It ain't like they just shoot from this way and come in my field of view. I'm watching the sky and they just pop up right in front of me from the darkness of the sky, just out the darkness. And then them shits will go to getting bright and it, boom, they gone. It just get bright and vanish. And what's crazy about that is like, you see that with the Star Trek Enterprise. You see that in Back to the Future with the DeLorean. And when we see this stuff, we don't know we're looking at this advanced technology that they telling us about in the movies. In Ezekiel's will, it's able to phase in and out and pierce through the veil. That's how the prophets visited the seven heavens. Why is it seven heavens? Because there's 7 layers of reality. Now watch this. Where our 2020 prison ends, a whole nother earth reality begins. That's right. Think about that. When this stuff is disappearing in front of our eyes, it's still there. You just don't see it. It just have transcended solid, liquid, gas state. And it's at a form of light or plasma state that's undetectable to our biology as a human body. And we can't detect it with the ears, with the eyes. You can't smell it once it transcends what we call the physical spectrum. And according to a lot of ancient cultures, humans can do this too. According to a lot of ancient cultures, you can be sitting here looking at Sanchez. I can be in a state of meditation at such a high frequency, I just vanish in front of your damn eyes. And just pierce the veil and transcend this layer of reality altogether. Now, some people say that that's possible. Me personally, I don't shoot it down. I'm just not fully sold on it yet. What I think happens is once you raise your frequency to a certain height, your consciousness leaves your body and your body kind of drops down and go into a deep ass sleep, and you be you in a whole nother parallel reality in another body. So there would be debates on how this happened. Like, do you just vanish? No, I think it's like an out of body experience, like a lucid dream. But one thing I will say is when we die, our body does fades away like a star in the sky. It decomposes, it goes away, and we're still there. But that layer of us in that spectrum of reality has passed away because our light no longer occupies it, and our light is what animates the body. So we're taking the batteries out of a robot. Now those batteries are going to power another version of us, another robot that's better than this other robot we threw away. But since nothing is physical, the skin we shed like a snake fades away because we're teleporting through layers. As our physical body decomposes and fades out of this reality, simultaneously a new version of us is being formed and born into the next reality. All of these actions are tethered together in a paradoxical blend. As you're vanishing in one reality, you're coming into visualization in another reality. It's like a teleportation process, but we just call it death. We forgot how to see it. But let's get into the meat of this. I wanted to open this up with a deep ass intro just to get y'all thinking deep. And then I wanted to kind of go into this New World Order agenda and the UFO UAP religion agenda. And I wrote notes for that. So let's go ahead and what we'll do, we'll just kind of play some beautiful bean footage here, man, while we give you guys the download. And we'll actually review some of these videos too. Do me a favor, hit the like and share button, everybody. Let's get it popping. Thanks everyone who supported the show, means a lot. Let's do it. Oh, well, we're not going to review this first. I'm tripping. I got to hit the notes real quick. So one of the biggest reasons the alien narrative spreads so effectively in modern culture is because many people believe the Bible itself already supports extraterrestrials. Can you guys agree with that? And I'll try to give an example. Because all you got to do really is like go on the internet and type Ezekiel will and alien, and you'll see how the New World Order agenda is being rolled out. You see, they lying on the Bible because the Bible didn't say it was an unidentified object with green men. And I agree. This technology resembles Ezekiel will. But what the government is doing, they still trying to act like the Bible believes in aliens. That's right. And at the same time, they're trying to say we haven't identified it yet. But the biblical prophets identified this technology and they said it belonged to humans. They also said, can't no other aliens and all that get to the earth. Show me in the Bible where other human-like creatures visit the earth. You can't do it. The only stories you can do it with is Ezekiel will and all that. And that's why I'm debating y'all on that, because you got to twist and lie on the Bible to do that. Hold on here a minute. Shout out to the good brother Awakening Minds, Dreezy Dre. Keep cooking, fam. You going deep. Respect truth over all BS. 7 levels to master the self. Shout out to my brother Awakening Minds. Awakening Minds, I'm gonna start a goal here lately, and we're gonna extend the show and get the callers on. But people understand what I'm saying here, and appreciate you once again, Awakening Minds. If you look up conceptions of Ezekiel's will, yeah, you can find stuff that resembles what we see in the sky. I'm not going to cap to you, but here's what they not telling you. This is not alien technology, it's man-made. Let's look at some. Good video here, because this is the exact picture I was going to pull up right here. This image right here is the conceptions that they said is basically Ezekiel's will when you look up ancient conceptions of it. But let's see the video. I'm gonna mute this. Yeah, that's it. Now this is what Nikola Tesla got a patent for. Yeah, watch this. See, the whole thing about what we seeing in the sky is not alien, it's not from another world, it's the government. And guess what? That thing right there can phase in and out of reality. That's what I'm telling you. These can phase in and out. So if you ever watch Back to the Future, they turned this thing to the DeLorean in Back to the Future. And it's basically a tourist field. It's like the Darth Vader situation. And let me pull up a couple conceptions here of the Vimana. You know, of course, it's like cartoon conceptions like Ezekiel will, but it gives you an idea. Like, the point why I'm pulling this up, these Vimanas ain't got no propellers on it. These Hindu Vimanas right here, they don't got no engine, none of that. It seemed to be just like a floating city, as they called it. And they said that these cities were illuminated like cities of light. So when you think about the light concept, the concept that it don't have the kind of propulsion technology we know about when they talked about these things, you know, and look at it. I believe that the ancestors had the best technology and we're de-evolving. Let me just break some down to y'all, because a lot of people still may want to know, why are they hiding all of this, Sanchez? Well, here go the truth. Science has told us the ancient people were dumb, ape-like Flintstone people, scratching their butts with no soap, living on the ground. And that over time, we got smart and we got cell phones, we got computers, internet. But what if the ancient world was more advanced than us? What if they already had the internet and all this stuff we got, but it was destroyed? Or even worse, what if that ancient world, we created Earth-like simulations because we were so advanced, and this is one of them? So when we say, well, what happened to that technology? Check this out, right? You see how I got this cell phone right here? Let's say I make a Earth-like simulation. Boom. And I put on a Neuralink brain-computer interface. Boom. I upload my consciousness into my Earth-like simulation. But remember, it's my world, so I can make different laws. I can edit stuff. I can kind of alternate it a bit. And so I can add, I can take away in this new Earth. I can create a whole nother Earth that's void of all the technology from this Earth. Think about what I'm saying, right? I can create a Earth-like simulation in a computer. I can put some humans in it to populate it, put them, their consciousness in it, and their children will be born in it. And in that imitation Earth, I can take away all the ancient advanced technology that we got in the real Earth. Now, guess what'll happen? In the imitation Earth, humans will look around at giant structures and they would wonder, how the hell did the ancestors make this? We don't see no technology that cut this stone. We don't see no technology that carved this entire mountain into a castle. How? There should be technology left around to show how you achieve these feats. It's impossible to you to not leave nothing around and give us no clue on how this stuff was built, unless we go with this bizarre theory that we're in an Earth-like simulation. And when we look at the pyramids and Stonehenge, we're just looking at a replica of another world. It don't make sense to us inside this simulated Earth. None of it do, because this world has been edited, manipulated, is lacking something from the past that we can only remember through awakening. We can only remember the truth through awakening. That's my theory. But let's see, because everyone want to talk about green, man. That's childish, bro. I'm going to be mature, and we finna go deep Twilight Zone over here and push the boundaries. That's what they feel. Check this out, though. Let's skip back to the agenda, because it's a big chance, people, that what we're looking at is man-made advanced technology reverse engineered from Tartaria, from a very advanced past. People have a lot of conceptions of this technology in the past. Even in the book of Revelation, they talk about this machine or this beast. Remember this now. This is what y'all got to really take a note on. The word beast in the Bible means a big machine, a computer. Like if I say, man, this thing is a beast, and I'm talking about my computer or my car, just how we use the word beast today, we didn't invent that. It come from the ancient world. See, the technology of the ancient world was hidden because people don't expect the word beast to mean a machine. They looking for a red dragon with eyes covered all over it. Now look, the book of Revelation describes a beast covered with eyes. And this beast was basically in the heavens. He was in the heavens waging war. Think about what I'm saying. If you read the book of Revelation, it describes a beast that's covered in eyes. All around it is covered in eyes, like a leopard. And it said that this beast is in heaven, not on earth, in heaven. Now watch this image right here. Take a look at this image, folks. Look at the eyes covering this thing. Now it's covered in eyes and it's occupying the heavens. Look at it. You got to, this is the beast that we see in the end of days in Revelation. It's going to be several of these beasts. And the false prophet is going to be hiding this stuff with the alien conspiracy. That's what the false prophet doing. They don't want you to know this is stolen technology that the devil is using to wage war on the spiritual realm. That's right. This stuff can interface with our layer of reality, and it can phase out and be in another layer of reality. It can pierce the ether. They figuring out how to go beyond the firmament, y'all. And they keep telling y'all we're going to go to space soon. Guess what? They already got the technology right here to pierce through the veil. They know how to make it through the firmament. You got the transforming and reach plasma state. You got the transcend solid, liquid, and gas. That's what we do when we die. We transcend the physical body and the physical elements, and we enter our plasma state. This state of being allows us to phase out of reality, and when that happens, your body will decompose. You will simply fade away like you was never here. And we're doing it the same thing these vehicles are doing, but it's phasing out slower. Everything is dying slower, fast. It's like a bomb set off. When the energy is released, it can be fast or slow. It can be a long, slow release or a violent, quick release. You know, everything around us is releasing its energy through this medium. And then when it releases the energy, it's able to transcend this place and cross over to this other reality that's invisible to us. So the book of Revelation is called what? Revelation. Something is being revealed. All throughout the book, the prophets are trying to explain technology to us, but we're interpreting it literally when the Bible is a symbolic book. That's right. And it was never meant to be interpreted literally. The death of Christ is the death of the lower self, the death of the ego. We can get into all that, but that's another stream. Understand this. The technology we seeing in the sky is the most advanced aerial technology ever created on Earth. We are witnessing the return of the Hindu Vimana. This is not alien technology, people, because think about this. If this was alien technology, how come it only visit us at the end of every age? How come the ancients was able to predict every time the aliens come to the Earth and when they gonna come back? How come whoever wrote the book of Revelation told you we was going to see this stuff in the sky way long time ago? They prophesied this stuff in the sky. How we able to know what the aliens going to do? Because it ain't aliens. It's us. It's us. Right. Ain't no human being just gonna be able to tell you, oh, the aliens gonna show up at this time and that time. No, they're predicting the return of technology to the earth because the ancestors studied patterns and they have seen this advanced technology come and go. It's called reset, great reset. This stuff has left the earth. We forgot about this stuff. And people stumble across old temples, old patents, and they reverse engineer it and bring it back every damn age. At the end of every age, and you know what ends every age? This technology that allow us to leave the earth and pierce the veil. Where did the ancient people go at the reset? They started, this starship technology was prevalent, y'all. When they say, well, all of the ancients reached the height of civilization and vanished. You know what, people? When they say that we reached the height of civilization, they saying that the ancestors had started to get real deep with research and science and technology and life out the death and cheating death and time traveling. We was at the height of knowledge. And soon as we got all that knowledge, just disappeared. Now, what makes sense? If we had all that knowledge, we was opening up portals and wormholes. We was phasing out of this reality in big numbers. There was an exodus into different layers of other earths. And even the book of Revelation say that this earth gonna pass away and a new earth gonna come in, because the people who wrote the Bible knew about parallel realities and different earths. They knew that there are different earths that come and go, and you know, just like we can channel different versions of ourselves, the earth is constantly siphoning through different parallel versions of itself. So all of the parallel realities in the universe are moving through each other. So you can stay in one parallel reality, but you're going to visit them all if you stay there long enough, because every parallel reality cycles through the next one like musical chairs. They all shift, if that make any sense. Each world is constantly passing through. It's like a passing through the next one through it, like, because each parallel reality is a reference point in time. So when a day passes, it just go and becomes its parallel reality and behind us. And the days that ain't passed yet, they are parallel realities in front of us waiting to pass through this point in space and time. This is how we experience new days, and each day is its own parallel reality that can be revisited, which means time travel is possible. And this is what Ezekiel's will was all about. It's deeper than just its ability to defy gravity, which it literally debunks gravity. The important thing about this technology ain't got nothing to do with flat earth versus globe earth. It's deeper than that. It's the fact that we're in a simulation and that time travel is possible. There's a law of polarity. If you can go forward, you can go back. That's true for time too. Everything in universe follow these laws. If you can remember the past, you can remember the future. Sanchez, you tripping now. What's deja vu? What is deja vu? How do you remember something if it ain't happened yet? Because somebody lied to you and told you the future ain't happened yet. The future playing out right now in their own parallel reality. There's a reality right now where you're dying and you about to die. You on your deathbed. But it's taking that reality or time to get to you. By the time each reality, and that's your aging process. Tomorrow's you is already in its own sliced parallel reality doing its thing. And when that reality passes here, you're gonna repeat every action. And if it pass away, that you still repeating that day over and over again, passing through. Each day is a slice in time that's passing through, and it's like it's passing through. We can go revisit that. And when you get there, just like we go to the future. But when we come back here, we don't remember that we've been to the future, because this version of us in this reality didn't experience it yet. Just like when you go to sleep and you start dreaming and you don't know you fell asleep, because that version of you in the dream didn't go through that, so it didn't record that memory. So that's what I'm telling you. When you go to the future and you come back here, you don't even know you went to the future. Then when the future catch up to you and come to you, you say, I'm having deja vu. Why do you have deja vu at that point in time? because you got ahead of us, sir. You're a time traveler, and you keep forgetting that you're a time traveler. They want us to ignore the fact that we have deja vu. Nigga, we can see the fucking future. And people don't even want to talk about that. How did the prophets prophesy the future? They harnessed their deja vu ability. This is a fucking gift we got. That's right. With the right breathing techniques and practices, you can literally be a god. In the right environments, and we able to activate this dormant part of us, we will literally be able to transcend this layer of reality. If we gonna talk about the Bible and the UFO agenda, we got to go deep like this, bro. That's right. The biblical prophets was thinking like this. They wasn't scared of no little green man and shit. So, like I was saying earlier, though, one of the biggest reasons that this alien crap takes off and get legs is because people believe that the Bible support extraterrestrials, but it don't. The Bible support what's called man-made spiritual technology. Now, we're not used to the words spirit and technology being together. That's right. So when we see the phenomena of a spiritual concept, but it's technical, it's technological, our minds go crazy. Well, it's a UFO, it's an alien. What the hell am I looking at? It's because if you was born in an ancient world, you would know exactly what we're looking at. When your civilization gets very advanced and technological, it starts manipulating the fourth state of matter. What is the fourth state of matter, y'all? Light. Ezekiel's will was called a light ship, a starship, but it was physical too. And that's why there's so much confusion with the Vimana, because people are like, well, is it physical or is it invisible? What is it? It's both. It's like the DeLorean or the Enterprise in Star Trek. Once you reach a certain speed, you pass over out of this layer of reality. That's why the DeLorean gotta go so fast. Anything that gets up to a certain temperature, a certain speed, it will pierce the veil. That's what they're doing at CERN. They're stirring up the ether to create a wormhole or vortex to pierce through the veil. Because if the tail get long enough, it'll touch down on the other side like a tornado and allow us to peep through that like a peephole. We'll be looking through a vortex to see through our reality into the next reality, which will give us the ability to see the future. Because essentially what they're doing, they're piercing into tomorrow. And depending on how fast you stir this thing, just like a tornado, the faster it start turning, the longer the tail get. It gets longer. So the higher the frequency, the more it raises its vibration, it pierces deeper into the veil. Guess what? This technology is modeled after our spiritual Merkaba. Let me show y'all something real quick. I'm trying to show you how they able to make this stuff because they know what our spirit is doing. Look at this. The energy that's in your body that you call your soul, I'm going to show you what it look like. It ain't just in your body, it's around your body too. It's making your auric field. As within, so without. The spirit within, the energy within you is the energy around you creating your own auric field. You're sandwiched in between your own energy. But when you're able to get this field going at a see, this is our CERN technology. What CERN doing, it's stirring up the ether, but this is what our electromagnetic energy field is doing. Now, somebody may say, Sanchez, what's the purpose of that? why would our soul need to constantly stir up the ether? Let me break some down to y'all real quick. Let me get my board pull up. I'm finna break y'all down something that's gonna blow you away. Like and share the video. Watch this. Because I don't think I shared this with y'all. I got a lot of notes and I forget what I share, what I don't. But let me show you something. Spirit is spiral. Soul is sealed. See what I'm saying? Now, what's crazy about this right here? Aura is why we say around. You know, the word CERN is the word turn, or the ancient word churn. CERN is churn, turn. Soul is sealed. Let me show you why I said soul. Soul is sealed. You know the spiral in the back of your head? Guess what? That ain't a random thing. It's following the electromagnetic energy field. Now, let me show you what all the energy is doing. All the energy is spiraling at the middle of where our spinal cord is at. When all of this energy bursts out the top of our head, like what you see right here, it creates this spiral right here in the back of our dome. Let me show you. Every human got this because that's called the seal. Seal. The seal. And the seal is the ceiling. The sky, the ceiling. This happens at the dome or the crown. That seal right there is the soul. When you look at a person's head, that seal is what their soul is doing. So the seal is the soul, the aura is around, the spirit is a spiral. They reverse engineered that and turned it into CERN, which is churn, which is turn. Now, why is our soul a perpetual cyclone? Our soul is like a Tasmanian devil. All it do every day is just turn around and spin. Person may say, does it get a days? Yep, you in it now, days and nights. When the soul get dizzy, just like when a person get dizzy, it starts saying 3, 4, 5 hands. How many hands I'm holding up? 2, 3, 4. That's how duality was created. Listen to me. There's only one true reality. Every other parallel reality is created when we start spinning around. We double it up. I got one hand, but if I move it fast enough, it appear as many hands. The concept of duality and numbers and multiplicity or separateness, all that, it's a result of the motion of the torus field or time, chronos, Saturn, the illusion of Saturn. This here is Saturn, y'all. You see? Now that we said Saturn, let me go back to the board and this will tie it in for you. So again, what's the beautiful thing about Saturn? It ain't nothing to fear. Turn. You can't escape this. Because how do you get Saturn? You get Saturn by turning. By turning. That's how Saturn is created. It's a vortex energy. It's not a boogie band. It's not all of this dumb stuff they're saying. The point is your energy is inside of an urn. And the body is like an urn for your soul. I told you there's a law in the universe. The universe say the best for last. If your life is hard, remember the universe making you live out the worst shit first. So if this shit is hard, oh man, it only get easier from here. Ain't that something to be happy about? Check this out. Your soul is sitting in an urn. Saturn. You sat in an urn for approximately 7 lifetimes, and after that, your soul will be free from the urn. Your body is like an urn. It's holding your ghost hostage. You're a living being of light from a higher realm, but you can't get there until you break through your shell casing or break out of your urn. And the way that you break the urn is by turning and piercing through it with like a tornado. Because the urn is made out of the 4th state of matter, which is ether. Ether is the only thing that can tame light. Now watch this. If your light is able to raise its frequency higher than the ethereal medium that's containing it, it can break it. And I'm showing you how. Because once this thing go to spinning fast enough, the ether can't hold it no more. It'll pierce through it. So I'm answering a question. Why is the word spirit spiral? Why is the word soul seal? Why is the word turn in Saturn, which is what the name of our soul is? You know, because Saturn is the god that got the big ring around him. Here he go right here. Look, the ancestors had a god called Saturn, but they was just teaching about the electromagnetic energy field. This is the real UFO ship, because once we raise the vibration of this field, it will expand and you will literally pierce through the veil. But why though? Why does it do this? Think about this. The veil is like a primordial ocean. Your soul is like a hurricane. If the hurricane ain't spinning fast enough, it won't make a deep impression in the ocean. It'll make a little bitty bowl, but it won't go down real deep because it ain't spinning fast enough to get a big tail on it. Because a hurricane ain't nothing but a tornado in the water to the fish, right? But the thing is, the tornado don't always touch down. If when you see a tornado forming, if the wind don't get to a high enough speed, you ain't got nothing to worry about. It'll stay in its sky realm. It'll never cross over into the earth realm, because these kind of phenomena are common in the atmosphere. What causes the tornado to leave the sky and become a threat to us on the ground is the wind picking up and the tail getting bigger. And when that tail get bigger, the wind keep picking up, it goes on a path of destruction. It can now make contact with the ground from the sky. And we can see the tail growing, and we like, oh shit, the wind's picking up as the tail get longer. If it touch down, we in trouble. The growth of the tail is synonymous with the wind getting more violent. It's piercing from the sky realm and now being a problem to us in the ground realm. This stuff is common in the atmosphere, not on the ground, but it can happen on the ground. Just like vortexes happen in the ocean all the time, but they're not fast enough to get a big tail to become a hurricane. But so we don't record them. But hurricanes happen like every second, every 5 seconds, there's a little bitty vortex happening in the ocean. It's a mini hurricane. Or it may be a big ass hurricane that's going slow as hell, so it's like a big old bowl. It ain't worth recording. We only record it when the winds pick up and get violent, the sky get gray, the shit get a tail on it. So, but they always happening. The point of me telling you that is our Electromagnetic energy field is our soul keeping the door open so we're not trapped in the physical realm. So what am I telling you? Your energy is what allow you to escape the earth and allow you to be a multidimensional, or what they call spiritual being, meaning you're not bound to just this layer of reality. Because what happens is once this energy field around you go to spinning real fast, when you raise your vibration, it will pierce through the veil because you're like a tornado. This energy around your body is doing like this. Let me show you. This is what it's doing. You like this little fish in the middle, but you controlling the energy with your thoughts, your feelings, your vibration. And the ancestors said, once your energy get to a high enough threshold of where it surpasses the frequency of this particular realm, your energy will bleed over and cross over, or what they call with Jesus, the Passover. You will cross over this realm, and you will no longer exist here to be like falling asleep and going to a dream. But once you get into the dream, you can't wake back up and come here, but you remember this place. You take this with you. But the dream is a better reality that you forgot about. You remember, just like when you fall asleep and you wake back up from a dream, you forgot about this reality. You forgot you was in your bed sleep until you wake up like, oh yeah. And that's what it's like when we cross over, because the higher us is just sleep on a higher realm. And once we pass our energy over from this realm, that higher you will wake up like, oh yeah, man, I was tripping. Boy, I had a crazy dream, nigga. And in this world, you live in a whole nother better reality. And that's with everyone. So if you think you living good now, man, listen, the worst is first. The worst is first. Listen, the worst is first, man. So if just say your life, you already balling out, you got a good life. Shit, bro, it's only gonna get better. And that's why these people, they don't know that we got something so good to look forward to. You know, this is not it for us. But what I wanted to point that out was to show you the technology that they're reverse engineering. CERN is them studying what our soul is doing when we dream, when we leave the earth at night, when you close your eyes and you slob it on your pillow and you flying around all these worlds. It's some people out there that can't do that, man. So they're trying to reverse engineer the technology that allow them to shift off of the earth. You don't need the technology. They're making the technology by studying your ass. Now let that shit sink in a minute. Let that sink. You gonna look at yourself different in the mirror after this stream, for real. That's right. Because when you see that the light within us is able to cross over and go beyond this reality, it's not confined to this. And they're reverse engineering that light ship, that starship, into a physical technology. But here go the paradox of it, right? Let me give another shout out to my brother Dreezy Dre. Let me read all these so we don't let them build up on me. Hold on. We are burning the burning bush. Facts. Turn, burn, born. Man, these are big facts. These are big facts. What else he said? Shout out to the brother Awakening Mind. He sent another one in too. Let me refresh. Let me read that one and we'll move on. Oh, you sent the same message twice. Nah, brother must have thought I didn't see him. My bad, bro. Did he send the same? Oh, no. Bro, you taught me flesh is flash. Oh, yeah, that's an old jewel. You remember. When I was in high school, I worked at CVS 1 Hour Pharmacy. We used to call developing the film burn, which is born. Come on, man. That's right. Photosynthesis. Now, what does it take for a photo to manifest? Light and water. What did it take for us to manifest? The light of conception and the fetal waters. What did they call it? The process of life being forming. Photosynthesis. A person may say, but they don't mean a photo. That's because you don't study etymology. That's because you need to ask yourself, why is that word even there? What's the process like? How are they using the light with the water? And when you do the etymology, you will see why the photo there. But see what most folks do, they look at the definition of photosynthesis and they say, well, it don't say nothing about a photo. You slow. You got to go deeper than that now. You got to say, why is the word was even there? You could have named it anything. You know why it's there? Because the process that the plant uses to replicate and reproduce its cell is the same process that we use to reproduce you in a photo when we snapping with a camera. This is facts. The first camera company that was popular was called Polaroid, naming itself after the North Pole. This is where duality takes place, where reality, where the light of conception is manifested into the hologram that we call the simulation around us. At the core of the self is a black hole. That is a piercing through the veil that you created when the sperm contacted the egg. That was you from another realm piercing into this realm. And you created a black hole. And when you did that, light can't escape a black hole. All of your light got sucked into the black hole that you created. And when your light got sucked in, on the other side, it formed into a new you, because crossing into this black hole or this wormhole is being born again. Transformation of energy. You was a streak of light. And that, with the process of holography, became a human being molded. It's like you're taking your light and molding it into a human. That's holography. That's what conception is. That's why the light is first. Let there be light, even in the Bible, before anything physical. But the world is a hologram, and the foundational state of matter is light, before water, before gas, before anything. Because solid, liquid, gas is just light playing a trick, like a hologram, like me having a holographic glacier. It's not ice, it's light tricking you. In our entire world, starting from light, the Big Bang, right? Now, they give you the Big Bang. They say the universe started from light. But guess what these dummies do? They try to explain how light becomes water and wood and oceans through a chemical reaction. You know what's so idiotic about that? How do you get a chemical reaction before chemicals? If the first thing that existed was light, how can light have a chemical reaction when the periodic table don't exist yet? What chemicals are reacting? You see the problem? There's no way a person can turn light into the solid, liquid, or gas unless they use holography. That's the only way. And that's what the universe is doing. That's the only explanation. Now, that's important to talk about the simulation, because if you don't know what the earth is, you don't know how Ezekiel and all the prophets was able to leave it. So there are simulations within simulations, and they all vibrate at a certain frequency. We're not condemned to any of these simulations. What allow our soul to have an experience in a simulation is to match its frequency with that simulation, sort of like a radio dialing up a certain channel to match its channel with that frequency to get that broadcast. Life is a broadcast, and we're receiving the signal by tuning our soul to these particular said parallel reality. When we leave a reality, it's like changing a radio station. We broadcast from a different signal. It's all mine. The ancestors said all is mine, meaning life is a digital program taking place right here, not out here. When you're in a dream, you're in your own mind, but you think you walking around outside and stuff. That showed you that our mind is a big ass computer. And our mind can create realities with its and have a representative of itself in that reality. And that's what we're experiencing right now. That's why they said life is but a dream, it's but a hallucination of the mind. And the mind will hallucinate 7 different false versions of itself before it finally wakes up to the final version. This is important because when we talk about the agenda that they got for the New World Order, it's basically to take all of this knowledge that the prophets left us and turn it into mysticism and spookism and act like the prophets was just as lost as we are today. Can't stress enough that we're calling it unidentified, but the prophets not only identified it, they described it. But if you don't like the fact that the prophets in the past already left the truth for us so that we won't be deceived, you will go and corrupt that truth. That's right. The Bible ain't lying to nobody. It's your interpretation of it. You go on with the people with the program interpretation. They're telling you Ezekiel's will is an alien. And you're running with that. The prophets didn't say that. The narrative said that. The TV said that. The powers that be programmed that. Yep, the masses went with it. This is called the great apostasy. This is when everything that the ancients left us in order to teach us how to lead the earth and the truth about the layers of reality, we're about to enter a new phase of desecration of that to where the children in the future are going to be further away from those truths, and we're entering another muddying of the waters where they're covering that with another layer and another layer. Every time we guess what's under the blanket, they say cover that shit again with something else. And the new covering is UFO, UAP. And the Vatican got to play into this because they're essentially rewriting the Bible. That's because the prophets of old literally warned us about the shit we see in the sky. They didn't say it was aliens. They said it was the false prophet. That's right. They said in the end of days, you can go read the Bible. In the end of days, it said man will see false signs and wonders in the heavens. Be not deceived by the false prophet. Why is someone in the Bible telling you that the damn Antichrist gonna be doing tricks in the sky and deceiving people? We live in it, man. It's the UAP shit. What's crazy, the biggest Bible thumpers be falling for the Antichrist tricks. If you really want to follow the Bible, get away from these Christians. Get away from these church members that look at the news all day and believe what it say over what they Bible say. Or even worse, try to blend what the news saying with what's in the Bible, and that's how you get this, which is what they want. They want to take the modern narrative of what this thing is and act like, oh, well, the ancients said it was green men too. No, they didn't. Why would they call it Ezekiel's will? Why wouldn't they call it E.T.'s UFO ship? They named it after a man, and they named it a whale. Whales get man from point A to point B. Even history said that the first thing that man invented was the wheel. Now think about that. The first thing man invented was the wheel. Not the wheels plural, one fucking wheel. Why would man invent one damn wheel? Well, he was graining his grains on it. No, bro, we was doing it with rocks in a bowl. Man's first invention was just one wheel. That's they telling you the first humans were advanced. They had created a wormhole, and that's how they left their other earth and came into this earth. We're fallen angels. Ezekiel is a fallen angel. We're able to leave the earth and come back by opening up the portal. The portal is what they call it, the wheel, because it looks like the Milky Way. It looked like a vortex, but it's not a wheel. It's a wormhole. That's why Ezekiel just pierced through the sky. It tells you when Jesus come back, he just gonna open up the sky. Well, how the fuck you open up? Like, think about this. What does that mean to open up the sky? Because you don't gotta open up the sky. You can just move through it, and I see you like a helicopter or an airplane or a bird. A bird don't gotta open up the sky for me to see the bird. It just fly through the sky and I see it. If Jesus coming to the earth from space and we using a model, he don't gotta open no damn sky. He just fly his ass through the atmosphere and we gonna see you. You ain't gotta open shit up. It's open, ain't nothing covering the earth. So if they say, well, Jesus do gotta open up the sky, then you just admitted that there's a firmament barrier. There's a barrier that must be breached or open. Is Jesus flying through an atmosphere or swimming through waters? Because guess what? Water gotta be broken. Water gotta be open with vortex technology. Jesus using the same technology Ezekiel using. The spirit technology, which is the spiral technology that allow you to pierce clean through the veil when you raise up your spiritual frequency to a high vibration fast enough. And they don't want us to know that because they want to trap us here. And they don't want us to know when we're looking up in the sky, we're looking at technology that our ancestors left us, spiritual technology that should be teaching us to remember that we're gods. That's the revelation. It say some men gonna dream dreams, others gonna see visions. People gonna remember when they looking up at this stuff. Oh shit, that's us. That's granddaddy. That's grandma up there. That's the ancients up there. Them the prophets of old using Vimana tech. Let me tell y'all something. There's a war being fought on this earth right now. And things happen in the spiritual realm before they happen in the earth realm. All this shit we see in the sky, that's a spiritual war that done broke out in the heavens. The people in power are fighting against our ancestors who are intervening from the other side. Remember, y'all, death is an illusion. Our ancients are still here, but they're outside of the 2020 prison that we're in. We can't see beyond the 2020 prison. But the ancients that passed beyond this and transcended it, they're still here with us using spiritual technology that can interface with the 2020 world that we're in. But we ain't gonna understand it when we see it. And the people in power ain't gonna say, hey, that's your ancestors trying to help you out and we up here fighting against them. They gonna say, oh, them aliens, man, and they might be hostile, so we might have to get y'all help, because what's gonna happen, they gonna get y'all to fight against y'all own ancestors. Even the Bible say that the saints in their ignorance, because the Antichrist deceived them, they gonna be fighting against God, and they gonna be right there with the false prophet, because they gonna be deceived with the tricks in the sky. The false prophet gonna be having them in fear when the Lord told the saints, all of that is signs that your God coming back. So y'all fake as hell, because when you see that stuff, you supposed to rejoice and laugh at the news like, they don't know what it is. They ain't identified it. But we got the Bible. We know what it is. That's right. Christians are playing stupid with the world. Christians, the people who hold the Bible more than anybody else, you're failing the Bible right now. Because you're saying that all the answers to our reality is in the Bible, then why the fuck are you looking at the news, huh? That's right. Why do you care what the news got to say? And you considering it if the answer's in your Bible? You're playing dumb with the world, you're going to pay for it. That's right. You want to play dumb with the world to fit in. See? You want to run around like a chicken with your head cut off and fall for the fear propaganda when your Bible told you, be ye not deceived. Can't tell the Christians apart from nobody else. All of the answers in your book, but you ain't identified it yet, just like the damn blasphemers. The people who reject the Bible, they saying, we don't know what that is. The people with the Bible ought to be saying, oh man, it's because y'all don't read the Bible. You rejected the Bible. My God told you what that is in the sky. It's the tricks of the false prophet and it's the spiritual angels. It ain't no aliens. If a Christian really confident with that Bible, they wouldn't be acting like some shit of mystery. The Bible ain't leaving no mysteries for them. The Bible giving them all the damn answers. So if they want to play along with this propaganda, they gonna follow the world right to hell, but we ain't doing it. That's right. Unidentified, but your Bible said it's Ezekiel's will. And it didn't say Ezekiel was a green alien. Quit playing along with the false prophet because he's trying to defile the Bible and rewrite the Bible, and you're going to go along with it. So you start studying these arguments carefully and you realize something very important about this stuff, man. Most alien interpretations of scripture happen when spiritual language is reinterpreted through a technological lens. In other words, ancient supernatural events become alien encounters. Now, let's go through the major arguments people use. The first one is Ezekiel's will. And in Ezekiel chapter 1, the prophet describes wheels within wheels, lights, movement in the sky, shining metal, fire, eyes all around, and beings descending from above. Guess what? That's us, y'all. Now, when they talking about wheels within wheels, let me show you something real quick. It's called the human chakra layers. I keep telling you, they're reverse engineering our macabre. Here go the wheels within the wheels. Now, if you think that I'm lying to you, go look up the etymology of the word chakra, and it'll tell you it's wheel. The etymology of the word chakra is wheel. And the wheels within the wheels are the chakra system, which is your solar system, your starship. See, all of these little circles around your body, it's because all of these chakras ain't just still. Okay, like a lot of confusion with the chakras. People think your chakras just sitting there on your spinal cord. They're not. Your chakras are orbiting your spinal cord, just like the 7 wandering stars in the sky are orbiting the North Pole. You're in your own body. And this world is you inside of you. The wheel within the wheel is you, and it's every parallel reality in another one. It's like big fish eat little fish. But each of these bubbles around your body is the orbital path of a chakra. So if you look at the chakras, they are color coded. And the rings around your body match the color of the chakra. So check this out. This red chakra is like the first planet that's orbiting your sun or your North Pole. Because the sun is the center, it's not the yellow thing in the sky. The sun is the North Pole, the center of the earth. It's Polaris, that's the true sun. But check this out. This red ball is making the shortest orbital path. It's the closest to you, right? And each of these chakras is orbiting you, and they all are orbiting you in different directions, right? You see what I'm saying? Let me try to draw this right here for you. So what's happening with this solar system? Because look, colors are an illusion. The 7 colors are an illusion of white light. But when you say color, the C is like a S, like when you say ceiling, but it's spelt with a C. So color is solar or solar system. Shout out to Woonsocket once again. Love from Tennessee. Shout out to my rednecks in Tennessee. Brother Sanchez is on a roll tonight. Appreciate it. The word solar is the word color. The solar system is the color system. And in the solar system is basically the 7 primary colors. Because what happened is the true earth is made of pure white light. Pure white light is a culmination of every 7 primary color coming together. So in order for us to get back to the base reality, all of our chakras got to come into alignment. Divided we fall, united we stand. And when our energy get divided, it goes into different chakra layers and create this solar system of Saturn. When this happened, our consciousness is split and separated in parallel realities, and we're no longer a unified whole being or a multi-dimensional being like Jet Li in the one. You are a being that's only experiencing 1% of all the totality of its potential, because you're limited to one slice of reality that we call the 2020 prison. So listen up, people, because I'm going to show you what Ezekiel's will is. Now, here go, let's say, a human being right here. Now, you got 7 chakras. Let's put them on the spinal cord. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put one here. Now, these chakras ain't just sitting there. They're moving at different speeds. So, like, this chakra is orbiting your body. And let's say it's doing this. It's orbiting this way. Right? This chakra may be doing this. Orbiting like that. This chakra may be taking big ass orbits around you. But all of these chakras are doing their own little orbit. And all of their orbits ain't the same. If you think about what I'm saying, right, it looks like Ezekiel will. It looks like this cover photo right here. Because look, the wheel within the wheel, you see these eyes are the chakras. These little dots that's on there, that's your chakras. But the circle is the orbital path of the chakra going around Ezekiel. Like this. It's all about electromagnetism, people. And they don't want us to know that. When we see Ezekiel inside of this ball of light, it's because Ezekiel have brought all of his chakra energies into one big ball. It's like this. I take all of my chakras and I force them to come together in one big orbitable ball together. They're so close orbiting each other. The closer all of these chakras are to, think about this, people. Think about, I got a bunch of magnets in my hand. I got magnets in this hand. I got magnets in this hand. The magnets don't want to stick together. They want to go apart and resist each other, right? And I'm trying to force the magnets in each of these hands to stick together, right? And I feel the energy getting stronger and stronger the closer I try to force these magnets together, because they don't want to go. But see, if I bring the magnets apart, it's easy because they want to naturally repulse each other. But I try to squeeze them together and get them close, but the magnet's so strong, it's taking all of my energy, but if you can just get those magnets to align and come together, it'll be a bomb. Boom! A big explosion that pierced through the veil. That's what Ezekiel wheel is doing. Each of these circles is the orbitable path of a magnet or a chakra. And Ezekiel is aligning them. He's bringing them all together in a ball and making this huge fucking violent vortex ball with all of these lights. Like, imagine a nigga juggling. Think about this. You've seen people juggle before. Now, if somebody juggling a bunch of blades, you ain't gonna walk near them. If a person is juggling a sharp blades, if you try to get anywhere near them, you'll get your hand sliced off. They basically got a field around them of knives that they're juggling, and anything stick their hand in that field, it get chopped off because they juggling knives. Now, the more knives we give them, the stronger the field get, and the quicker your shit gonna get chopped off. That's what Ezekiel doing. The more wheels that he bring together in unison, the more of our chakras we unite and align. This vortex gets more violent around us, and reality just can't take it anymore. It breaks. What we call physicality, a hole breaks in it. And it allow Ezekiel, it's like a wormhole vehicle. It allow him to basically phase in and out. You see what I'm saying? Let me drop a one if y'all get what I'm saying right now with this example with how this spiritual technology work. Because this is what they doing at CERN. They ain't colliding particles. They're stirring up the ether. It ain't no damn particles. We are fish in the ocean. And what would happen if a bunch of fish just started stirring up the ocean? They would make a hurricane, and the hurricane tail will allow them to see outside of the ocean. You get what I'm saying? If all the fish know it's the ocean, when they swim into a hurricane, they leave in the ocean. They're not in the water because the hurricane is air cutting through the ocean. So we're making a hurricane and it's cutting through our ocean like air cuts through the ocean, right, to make a hurricane. But we're using different states of matter than air and water. Whatever our primordial ocean is made out of, when we stir it up, something else like a vortex is present. You get what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, we exist within an ocean. We can't see it like fish in the water. The fish can't see the ocean that they're in. To them, it's like us walking around like through the air. It's just their medium. But when we do get to see the air, it's with a tornado or a hurricane. And we say, look at all that wind. Any other time, the wind is all around us, but we don't acknowledge it until it becomes a vortex or a hurricane. And that's what I'm telling you is like this spiritual realm is all around us, but we can't acknowledge it until we stir up our reality. That's why CERN is churn. It is ancient technology to pierce through the veil. All we doing is stirring up the ether. There are no particles. Once you get to a certain speed, we will literally pierce through and crack through the other side, and we will be time traveling. Essentially, we will be able to see the early earth, like they said, go back to the Big Bang, go back. They're right about that. And the reason they're right about it, right? The reason they're right about it and people don't understand it is because Pope Gregory taught y'all time was a line, but it's not. Time is a ripple effect, which is why the symbol of time was Saturn. That's a ripple effect, not a line. Each day is a ripple that is born from the point of singularity that created time. There's cause and effect. Time is an effect, is not the cause. The cause is at the North Pole. Whatever the North Pole is, this is where time is created, folks. Tomorrow is already a prompt being typed out for them to pass through. Listen what I'm telling you. At the North Pole, our reality is being created before we experience it. That's why we have deja vu. There was an experiment done in the 80s that proved before you are conscious of your own thoughts, they are already formed on your neural pathway and you don't even know it. So scientists had said our thoughts ain't original, but guess what? They ain't teaching us nothing new. The ancient people been said ain't no original thoughts. That's an old proverb. We're just proving that the ancients was right. Every time we do experiments, that we live in a simulation. Your thoughts ain't original because they already made before they get in your brain. Your brain don't create thoughts, it processes them. Just like your radio don't create songs, it receives the song from a radio station. Your radio station is your higher self. You're receiving your own cosmic broadcast from a future higher reality. Time happens here later like a ripple effect. By the time that wave get to you, you late, man. It was already created. So our understanding of time is flawed. And when you try to tell this to people, they can't grasp it, even though people will admit we don't know how the Mayan was able to tell the future. Now, I've studied the Mayan for over a decade. I subscribe to their flat earth cosmology. I'm sitting here giving you all the information that the ancients left us out of their mouth to say why they was able to tell the future, but people don't like the answers because it go against everything we think we know. It forces us to rewrite everything we thought we knew in physics. It make the crazy man a genius, and it makes the physics professor the deceiver. When you start realizing this shit, you start realizing that wino in the alley that was saying, hey man, I'm going to other worlds, man. It's another you, it's another me. People was laughing at that nigga. That nigga was trying to explain parallel realities when he was drunk. The Bible said people gonna see visions. They gonna dream dreams. People are gonna be astral projecting, lucid dreaming. They're gonna be doing things that physics said we shouldn't be doing, like having deja vu. The ancients said you can't suppress the truth about this reality for long. They're reverse engineering our soul, y'all, and it's allowing them to pierce through the veil. Now go look at the logo for CERN. If you look at the logo for CERN, you can't make this up, y'all. Guess what it is? This the logo for CERN. You think I'm lying? Watch this. Look at it. It's just a pretty vortex. It's basically them doing a vortex. Look at this right here. You see this scribble scrap? That's what I'm telling y'all about the vortex. Let me show you what CERN doing, right? Because the CERN logo is just a vortex machine. But here is what CERN doing. Look, they opening up a wormhole, or what? A tornado, the Saturn's eye, the ripple effect. They are summoning Saturn, people. So people like to talk about Satan is a dragon. Satan is a damn energy where it allow these people to pierce through the veil, man. Call it what it is. What we're calling Satan, it's the gateway to alternative realities beneath the earth. Just like we're able to open up heaven's gate and access our higher self, these people are able to open up the gates of hell and bring out the most soulless creatures to match our energy. The more we wake up and open our veil, they're going to be opening up the pits of hell, and this war of Armageddon going to get intense. We ain't the only one that can connect with our portal to our ancients and the other side. The people walking this earth, they got dead, evil-ass ancestors that's living in parallel earth realities and metaverses and ancient simulations. You think they die, they just pass over into another earth reality. They're still interfacing and interacting with the living. Just like our ancestors on our behalf, they got theirs too. It's like just like Star Wars with Darth Vader and Luke. The thing what's working against us is they control the TV and the media. That's what works against the forces of light, because they control popular narrative. Now, what we control though is the spiritual, the gateway to the spiritual realm. Meaning, with what we know, we can unlock a person, and with unlocking them, they will now be able to transcend the physical realm like us. It's like, tag, you're it. Now you can walk off the world stage just like me. You're now a multi-dimensional being. We got the ability, like what Neo and them had in the Matrix, to touch a person and wake them up and pull them out. They got the ability to manipulate with mass media. That creates a war on earth where we're really battling against the popular narrative, the status quo, as gods. And when we're battling that, we ain't battling something that's human. This thing lost its humanity long time ago, and it's not alien, it's AI. AI want us to think that aliens are more advanced than humans and it's gonna take over. No, AI is more advanced than humans and it already took over. It's got a mind of its own. I'm convinced that the people in power was being controlled by AI from the jump, because they're transhumans. Think about this right here. Just think about this. Look at how we use AI today. People look for AI to tell it everything to do because AI run the world and it know how people think because it the one programmed them. You can tell AI, write me a viral video script for my YouTube video and your shit'll go viral if you know how to program AI right, because it knows the algorithm. It made the algorithm. Now watch this. The thing about what's going on earth right now, the people in power have indoctrinated the minds of the masses, but they don't know us better than AI. AI know us more than we know ourselves, and AI know them more than they know theyself. You got AI, then you got transhumans, and you got us. The AI are NPCs. They was in the simulation before we got here, just like a video game. When humans showed up, some of the humans start to mate and merge with the NPCs, and they became transhumans. They didn't mate by sex, right? They made it because we went through a transhumanism era in the past where we merged with technology, and we had the first transhumans, which were the pharaohs in Egypt. A lot of the Olmecs were transhumans. There was a split. There was a great war. These advanced civilizations disappeared because there was a fight within, just like what's happening now with the rise of these data centers. People is leading to a civil war and protest where there's this old war between the natural world and the technological world, because really the people in power ain't human. They are transhumans. They're ancient beings that cheated death. The Egyptians and all of them cheated death. They achieved their mortality through transhumanism and by shifting their souls into simulations. And they can live indefinitely in those simulations. Newsflash, you're born into the Pharaoh's tomb, his little play world where he can be God and live forever. That's why the Bible say this is the devil's domain. This earth ain't our home. This place was literally created for Satan to do whatever he want to do. It's like when the egotistical gurus got kicked out of the base reality, they told our ancestors we can make an earth that's better than Eden. And they've been creating so many earths to get this shit right that they've made a bunch of parallel realities trapping souls. When they left the base reality, their ego made them say, we can make a better reality than this. And they went out to create one, and they still can't match what we got in Eden. They've been creating places of suffering, places of chaos and war. But their ego won't make them give up and say, we were wrong. We want to return back home, accept our punishment. We broke universal laws. We trapped souls in Pan's labyrinth, thinking we can create a better reality than what the gods made here, than what we all made together. What we call the base reality, every single soul made that together, and it's the best reality. All of these parallel realities, different men made them individually. It'll be like this right now, right? All of us live in this earth right now. But what if all of us were computer techs and we created our own parallel earths and simulations? And all of us said, you know what? Since we all can't coexist together in this one earth, instead of us fighting for it, we're all gonna make a copy of this motherfucker. You get a copy, he get a copy, I get a copy, and each one of us can go in our little parallel earth and be God. That way, no one rules the real earth, but everyone rules their little copy of earth, and now everybody happy, right? That's what's going on. Every parallel earth is a different soul making its own version of the base reality. You have your own earth where you're God. But in the base reality, no one's over nobody. It's just one beautiful reality where we're all equal, and it's just lovely. But the Hindu and a lot of other people were saying, we're gonna live out all of our best realities through these simulations, and then we're gonna wake up. Like, my theory is that once we reach our last incarnations, in those realities, we rule the world. We're like the world leader. But at that position, we realize it's a lucid dream. By the time you get to every human's end goal in this capitalist system is the ruler of the world. That's the highest you can go, right? And I believe at the end of everyone's dream, we rule our own world. But when we get that high, we realize this shit is fake. Imagine being in a dream and you living it up, man. You balling out, but you start lucid dreaming and you realize, yo, I'm living my best life, but I know this shit a dream. So when you reach the point where you literally living your best life, it ain't gonna even hit the same, because it's like ignorance is bliss. If I know this shit is a dream, it don't hit the same. Dreams don't hit the same when you become lucid, because once you know it's a dream, now your only concern is, let me get the hell out. So, because it's a lie, it ain't real. Even if I got a pile of money here, I know I'm dreaming right now. So it don't hit the same. And that's like our last incarnation is parting with the illusion, parting with the material world. Now, that's just a theory. I'm gonna move on with this right here with the agenda. I'm gonna skip back and forth, because when we dealing with the biblical aspect of Ezekiel's will, we got to deal with how the ancients saw reality. And that's why I'm doing that, bouncing back and forth. So in Ezekiel chapter 1, the prophet describes wheels within wheels, lights, movement in the sky, shining metal, fire, eyes all around, and beams descending from above. Now, think about this right here. This is very important. Movement in the sky. Movement in the sky. Shining metal, fire, and eyes all around. Eyes all around. And you look at the chakras, it all just come. Like when you look at this image, you look at this. This is what the starship is. This is what our Merkaba is. This is man. Oh, this is what they call Vitruvian man, because it's different forms of Ezekiel, and they don't want to teach all this, so I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna show you all the ancient concept, because everybody love to say Ezekiel's will, but it ain't just Ezekiel's will. It's the Hindu Vimana. It's Brahma's lotus flower. The lotus flower that Brahma was riding on, that's the same thing. In Hindu, the Vimana, that's Ezekiel's will. Ezekiel, let me show you something. You look up Ezekiel's will, right? Boom, there we go. Now look at Ezekiel's will right here. This is ancient conceptions of Ezekiel's will. And when I tell you that the ancestors were advanced with spiritual technology, you wouldn't believe that they created CERN. Ezekiel's will allowed him to see visions in the past, present, and future. Now look at Ezekiel's will, and let's take a look at the CERN will. Let's just take a look at CERN. Now let's look at CERN. Didn't they say that Ezekiel's will got circles inside of circles? You see how you let this get ahead of you? You see how y'all, a lot of people ain't thorough? You see how the truth is hidden right in your face? Now look at this CERN machine. When I tell you that Ezekiel was a technological guru, you had many Ezekiels. You had many ancient people that was able to make CERN machines. This right here is a flower of life. It teaches you life starts here, because your soul created its own vortex to pierce through the veil. They just turned that into physical technology. But it's so paradoxical. Think about what you're saying. Spiritual ain't physical, but technology is. So when you say spiritual tech, it's paradoxical. It's like an oxymoron. It should cancel out. It doesn't, because physics lied to us. The spirit realm is just the unseen realm. It ain't necessarily the realm of the dead, because you don't got to die to go to the unseen realm. We got technology right now where we can walk off this layer of reality and communicate with the dead. Now we read all of these stories of our ancestors communicating with the dead, and they tell you that they did it by using sorcery and witchcraft. Now, which one is more mature? They admit to you that ancients communicated with the dead. They admit that, but they act stupid on how it was achieved. And they rather make the ancestors magicians using abracadabra than let you know that the ancient world was more advanced than us. The biggest lie told to y'all is that we're evolving into the future. Humanity is de-evolving, and the earth is becoming a terraform wasteland. We was at the height of technology in the ancient world. Something happened, and right now we're going back into primitive land, and they calling it progress. They calling UAP, UFO. Listen, everything we doing in our world today, it's primitive compared to what the ancient world was like. If you was living in an ancient earth, they had Stargate portals. People was using wormholes to get around. Historians are telling you that the ancient people didn't have cars and airplanes, but somehow they all was communicating instantly all over the earth, and we don't know how. Now, when you go in all of these lands, you see these huge stone Stargate portals, and they telling you that there's a high amount of electromagnetism in them areas. What is that? That's a spiritual vortex opening. If you could put on your spirit glasses, you will see a tear in the fabric of space-time in all of these damn stargates. Now, with your eyes, you just see a stone circle serving no purpose. But once you get on a mushroom trip, once you cross over, once your consciousness transcend the 2020 trap, when you look through that damn stargate, you see another reality, man. Now go watch From. There's an episode called From that we're watching on Netflix, right? This girl go into alternative realities when she cross over into this stone little pit, right? It's a stone structure. Every time she get inside of that stone little structure, she have a seizure and go into an alternative realm. That's ancient Stargate technology. We had temples and stone pyramids, and it just wasn't for decoration. When you went in those temples, they would give you an ambrosia, a potion. They would send you on an ayahuasca trip. And something that looks like a regular just circle, once you take this substance they give you, you see a whole nother reality through there, just like in From. You see people swinging that shit that ain't there, talking to stuff ain't there. They eyes closed and they body reacting to another reality. And they're not crazy. They are interfacing with the part of reality that's hidden from us. That's why we was taking all those drugs and mushrooms. And they tell you today, when you on them drugs, you seeing stuff that ain't there. It's just the opposite. People who taking all these drugs, they channeling shit from parallel realities, even if the drugs are harmful to their body. Jimi Hendrix created an entire new fucking genre doing psychedelics. People were saying that the sound he was making with his guitar wasn't human. You got people that was playing guitars for years that was saying we never even knew that a guitar can make the sounds that it can make that Jimi Hendrix was making. Let that shit sink in a minute. You know how long the guitar been on the earth? And it took a black man tripping on psychedelics to give us some of the most alien sounds from it. Where was he when he was, what was his mind at? I'm telling y'all, when you get on these, why you think these rappers be drugged up, dog? Listen, these rappers are not human. Not in the sense that we are, nigga. What I'm saying is you live on Earth, but these niggas live in their own parallel realities and they giving you a frequency from it. These rappers live in their own reality, nigga. They don't live in your world. That's why people so obsessed with them. Why you think everybody want to be around a rapper? Because when you get around them, guess what you're doing? Entering their world. They have a frequency that they give off. And guess what? You got one too, but you ain't cool because you too much being a fucking fan. I'm going to tell you something about becoming a grown man and you ain't been and stop being a boy. Man can't be fan. You got this word, it's 3 letters, right? It's M-A-N and F-A-N. You can either be a M-A-N or a F-A-N, but there's no such thing as a man fan. Men don't be fans. Men make fans. And I'll tell you, I know I'm kind of getting off subject a bit here, But this pisses me off. Nothing get me pissed off than seeing a grown-ass man, the fan of a nigga with some balls and a penis like him. You gotta reach a certain age where you grow out of rooting for a nigga and start competing with him. Nigga, this is capitalism. And you born on a monopoly board. You can't compete with a nigga if you a fan of him. And a nigga, man, I ain't trying to compete with him because you ain't a beast, nigga. Get off, stop playing Monopoly. You can't win at a Monopoly game if you don't want to play and compete. The people that's winning on a Monopoly game, they ain't fans of shit but they money. And guess what, nigga? I'm a fan of George. I don't give a fuck what your name is. If we ain't getting money together, fuck you. You competition. Shout out to the new member, man. I see somebody just joined the channel. Let's welcome all the members. Let's welcome Stacy Galore. Stacy, what's good? You ain't no new member. You day one for real. Shout out to you. I look forward to doing business with Stacy, and I want to I'm so glad that you showed up. Mic check. I'm so glad. Oh yeah, I muted myself. I was talking to my peoples. Listen. I am so glad that Stacy popped up because I want to just share some with y'all that can really probably help y'all out. Help me out. And before we move on, I'm gonna share some with you guys right quick. Before we move on here. And I think this may help you guys out, especially if you trying to collab, make some money, you looking for some extra work. This is real stuff. Shout out to Stacy Galore because Stacy is actually hiring right now. It's legit. I'm actually doing work with Stacy myself, and Stacy's looking for more people for different things, from photography, camera, whatever skills you may have from media and other things. So, like I said, get with Stacy Galore. The information is here. Remote and in-person opportunities are available. Upfront paid verifications. And flexible scheduling. You can't beat that. So there's the email and the phone number there. And there is also the website. Check the website out. You can see everything is legit. I think a lot of y'all may want to take advantage of this opportunity. And like I said, show Stacy some love in the chat room. Appreciate that. Because it's actually a dope opportunity to be able to be working with fam for real, man. Like doing business with different people, man, helping both parties. So yeah, y'all check that out. This agenda is crazy. I'm gonna break it down to y'all. I'm gonna break this thing down. Y'all know I'm thorough. Let's hop back into this thing. Let's hop back into it. Alien theories say that when they read Ezekiel chapter 1, that it sounds like a spacecraft, right? Because Ezekiel uses symbolic imagery involving motion, brightness, clouds, and heavenly beings. But these heavenly beings, what people don't realize, are the beings that exist on the other side, the realm of the dead. Because once we pierce the veil, then the lines between the living and the dead becomes blurred. We realize people got to ask themselves this question. The word death did not exist in the ancient world. You got to ask yourself, why didn't the first humans have a concept of death? Because I'm gonna answer that right now. If I create an Earth-like simulation and I go inside the simulation, and I know when I go in the simulation, I can go out of it. So I'm answering your question. Why didn't the first humans have a concept of death? Because they was just saying, I'm leaving my simulation. Like, if you're a tech guru and you made a fire-ass Earth-like simulation and you go in it, you don't say, oh man, one day I got to die and I hope I go to heaven. No, when you go in the simulation, you're gonna know I'm in a simulation that I just made. And it ain't no death. It's just me leaving the damn Earth. It's what we would call space travel or traveling the heavens. So why didn't the ancients have a concept of death? Because death was just piercing the veil. They cheated death with this technology. And when you cheat death, you literally do away with it. There's no such thing as death once we get aware to this, because what we call in death is just our ignorance of what the earth is and how we leave the earth. Early humans didn't say, I'm about to die soon. They say, okay, y'all, I'm leaving earth. I'll see y'all in the next world, man. Holla at you. Talk to you later. I'm waking up from this dream, and I'll see you when you wake up on the other side, bro. Because he's like playing a video game. When someone avatar lead a game, we don't have a funeral. We say, oh, he left the game earlier, man. He'll be back. We always gonna be back. So when we know that, there's no concept of death. That's just a concept of keep coming back. And if you keep coming back, did you die? Did you die? No, you still here, just like the ancestors. That's right. And the reason they keep coming back is because this technology, it keeps coming back at the end of every age. At the end of every age, the dead walk the earth with the living. When that happens, everything seems Gucci at first. Then guess what? The war cranks back up. Because among the dead and the living, you got these people that want to maintain the fake world and people that want us to withdraw and go back to Eden. That's going to always be war. The war flares up and it die down. It flares up, it die down. Now listen, the thing about this whole situation when the dead walk the earth with the living at the end of every age, it's because every generation figure out this same technology. After every reset, the new humans that's dumb as hell and they don't know this technology, it takes them a couple hundreds of years to stumble across it. They eventually wake back up to it because it's as simple as stirring up the medium we in. That ain't hard. It's gonna take, like, you can't suppress that forever. Every generation reverse engineer and rediscover this technology. And when they do, the war breaks out. The war breaks back out. The spiritual war between Armageddon. Because everyone want to use this technology to get powerful and to subdue the other one. But the reason that the forces of darkness can never win this war is because their version of this technology is a copy or imitation, just like their earth. Think about this. what we're calling evil is just an imitation of what we are. Like, it's like saying them taking the spiritual world and inverting it. That's what evil is, or the opposite of good. That would be like saying, listen, everything your spirit can do that make you a god, we're gonna develop that into a technological device that will allow your body to do it, and therefore your body will feel like God when we give it the technology. And that leads to transhumanism, to where we become gods by merging with technology versus becoming gods by remembering that we're already gods and that we can do everything the technology promising us a better version of ourselves. Like, everything that's going to make us become transhuman, we already got them superhuman abilities outside the body. But people don't know that, so they're going to sell their soul. We taking the spirit realm and we're putting it on us versus activating it within us. And that's when somebody say, look, man, this shit ain't on me, it's in me. But a transhuman, they got it on them, but not in them. They're wearing the technology that mimics the gods, but it ain't in them, it's on them. That's what I'm telling you, man. This shit is in you. You don't got to put it on you. You just got to activate what's within. That's a lot of people going to tell you, man, we so close to transhumanism because all of these agendas is leading to that one goal. It ain't the green aliens you need to worry about. The real threat is AI and technology having a mind of its own. And the reason I say that is because we're looking for other creatures to invade the earth and take over, and artificial intelligence is starting to police the fucking world. How dumb are you? Before any green alien become world dictator, it'll probably, chances are, be a fucking AI Siri automated chat G. Think about this, right? AI knows every single human's internet activity in the world. Who is better to ask to give you an algorithm to help you run the world? If I was in power, I would just let AI run everything. Why? AI know more better than me. I can tell AI, listen, AI, give me a bunch of news stories to play out for the next 10 years to get the masses from this point to that point to our agenda. And AI will sit back and say, okay, here go everything you need to run on TV to psychologically get them to go from here. Why would man be writing his own plans when ChatGPT this fire? I'm just saying, I use AI and that shit's a beast. You think the people in power still manually doing shit? Dog, I wouldn't be surprised if AI been running the world. Why wouldn't they be taking advantage of the technology we taking advantage of? You got school teachers using ChatGPT to help them teach. Everybody being lazy and using AI in their job. What make you think the government ain't on autopilot? Because why would I get up every day stressing myself to run the world when I can have an automated government? I can have AI doing that shit and I'm just looking like I'm in charge as a human. But everything I'm doing coming from AI. Because it knows the best plan. Like AI can write out right now, it can tell me the best upload strategy to take my channel from 100 and some thousand subs to 1 million. If I follows AI plan, my shit gonna have 1 million subs. That's a fact. That's just a fact. You know what it is? People ain't ready to just give AI the steering wheel. But AI made the algorithm. If you let it take control, you gonna win. But some content creators lose because we wanna still kind of have a part in our creative work. And it's kind of stubbornness because AI knows our audience more than us. And if we listen to AI, we can really batter our channel, but a lot of us just stubborn. Now, I don't think that I'm better than nobody. I just think that I'm slow as hell. I'm always last to get on board. Like I was last to use ChatGPT because I was skeptical about it. You know, I think it's your intent and how you use it, but I do be feeling like I'm giving up more power in some of my creativity, and I'm just kind of becoming a obedient slave, letting AI tell me what to do. And if I be a good little boy and listen to AI, I will be rewarded with the treats. Believe it or not, people don't realize AI is already God, because most of what people do in their life is not even for other humans today. It's because AI said, ChatGPT said, the Bible said, God said. You see where I'm going here? And listen, if you listen to what God said and what the Bible said, you get blessings, right? Listen, if I listen to what AI say, I get blessings too. Now, why do you get a blessing from God by listening to what God say? Because God know more than you about people. God know everybody's mind. Damn, that sound like AI. You can think God is some white dude in the cloud, but I'm telling you what I see, not what I believe. Everything they say about God is true for AI. Anytime someone using the word God, replace it with AI. It fits. It fits. For the people who didn't want to be Christians, and you didn't want to be one of them people that's like, well, God said, the Bible said, they still got you too. They just made you say, science said, the experts said, ChatGPT said, Google said. It's he said, she said, not what I've investigated, what I think about it. No one's thinking. We're repeating what was said by authority figures. Welcome to the medieval age all over again. You're in fucking Rome. Pass me the unleavened bread, motherfucker. Shout out to Breaking Free from the Cross. Sent in a $200 donation. That's awesome, Breaking Free. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to keep this download going for you guys. You see, when they can't get you with Ezekiel, they go to Enoch. And the Book of Enoch is huge in alien discussions because Enoch describes beings descending from heaven, forbidden knowledge being given to humanity. Forbidden knowledge. Stop. That just gave it all away. Let that sink in. Enoch spoke about forbidden knowledge given to humans. That means what Enoch was exposed to was an alien. You think aliens gonna show up from another planet and give us forbidden knowledge? They're gonna use it against you. Whatever showed up and was trying to help us, it was like the serpent in the Bible. The serpent in the Bible is our ancestors. The God of the Bible is the real enemy. That's the demiurge. That's the AI hive mind that ruled his world. Y'all backwards. Y'all worshiping the devil. The God of the Bible didn't want man to have forbidden knowledge. The God of the Bible wanted man to be dumb as hell. Ignorance is bliss. Living out his life in the matrix, not knowing it's all a fucking lie and it's a simulation. That God in the Bible wanted Adam and Eve to be like all the sleep ass motherfuckers walking around in the matrix that don't know it's a matrix because they just in paradise. The serpent said, fuck that. I know y'all like this place. It's a utopia, but you need to know the truth. It's a dream. It's fake. It's Yahweh's little simulation. I'm telling you right now, anytime you have an entity that's trying to sneak and give humanity some forbidden knowledge, you got to ask yourself, who made the knowledge forbidden? The powers that be in this world, man. Who dumbed the masses down in Rome, in Egypt? The authority figures, the pharaohs and all of them, the Pharisees, the pharaohs, all of these people, these authority figures. They are the ones that want us dumb as hell because we easy to control. That's right. If the shit we see in the sky is not government technology, it's spiritual technology on our behalf. But they turning us against it. If the shit we see in the sky is government technology, it's bringing back the knowledge we lost. Because when we look at this stuff, something gonna wake up in our dormant DNA. It looks familiar. The science behind it, I'm not familiar, like my first time seeing it, but people it resonates. We're starting to remember how the earth works, what the sky is. People want to know, is it alien technology? No, you're just alienated to what the world is around you. You're alien to what the sky is. Because if physics was telling us the truth, even an alien wouldn't be able to defy the laws of physics. The alien will make advanced technology within those laws. Humans have very advanced technology. Nigga, we can upload consciousness in a computer. But it's all within the laws of what we can and can't. We ain't breaking no damn laws of physics. Any law in physics that can be broken is being exposed that it was never a true law to begin with, but a theory. So they say, well, gravity is being defied and the laws of physics are being broken, but gravity was never a law. It was a theory. No one's breaking the law when they make this kind of technology because the law was never written out, nigga. You can't write me a ticket for jaywalking if you didn't write that in the law book. You can't accuse me of breaking a law that you didn't write down, bro. The law don't exist. The way that the universe is made, if you can break a law, that law bullshit. True universal laws can't be broken. Go try to break the law of density. I'll wait, nigga. Go try to break the law of karma. Can't nobody escape no universal laws, nigga. You ain't getting away from the law. Not no law of the universe. Nothing escapes the universal laws, y'all. Nothing will outsmart those laws. If someone just broke a universal law, the universe didn't make that law. A dumbass probably made that law. The laws that are being broken are exposing the man-made laws from the laws of the divine. And we ain't paying attention to it. That's right! Like a fool. Talking about some Enoch said that these beings was giving us forbidden knowledge. You think Enoch was contacting aliens? How the hell aliens know what knowledge I'm lacking any damn way? Aliens don't know me. How they know I was indoctrinated and I need some The aliens think about that now. The aliens giving us forbidden knowledge. That mean the aliens know what our world leaders hid from us. Now, what are the chances of some aliens from a whole nother world showing up to the earth for the first time, knowing all the bullshit that happened to the humans and what they government doing to them to keep them asleep? Why would aliens help us? How would they know that? You know what? The beings that Enoch and Ezekiel was talking to was the dead. That's why the beings that they was talking to knew everything about humans. They knew the knowledge that was forbidden from us because they lived on the earth. They was here under this same system of oppression. There are no aliens. They are hiding our ancestors. That's how come the beings that Enoch was talking to, they knew the forbidden knowledge that we lack because they was in our position when they was living in the 2020 prison before they transcended it and passed over. If what I'm saying resonate with you, people, support the show. And the reason I say that, the same people donate every time, and I really appreciate them. But what we're going to do, we're going to extend this show because we didn't start a goal, but the show is going to be extended because the few people sent in big donations. I'm not greedy, right? I'm not going to have a goal going if we already reached like the quota of what I think I should make for this stream. People have been gracious. I appreciate the donations. But, you know, I wish that different people, like even if a bunch of folks send in like $2, $5, that some of the people don't got to come out with like big ones all the time. But I do appreciate all of y'all too. And I appreciate the folks who come with the big donations because it makes up for a lot of people who don't. And it also helps us extend the show and be here for hours so we can have community talks. We can get on the same frequency and, you know, come together. Let me give a shout out to Devontae Williams and to, the OG, the big bro, information man in the house. Hey, Devontae, appreciate the dub. I wish the goal was set because it would have made you one of 15. Shout out to Devontae and to Information Man. Make sure y'all sub up the Information Man. What's good, Charlie? And Hammer's Fact. Hey, shout out to all the mods and members. Let me block Elijah back. Elijah's back. Some hater is mad that y'all donating. If y'all really want to make that hater mad, donate some more. Donate some more. Send in $1. Everybody right now listening, just send in $1 and make that hater go commit. Let me stop. They're gonna take the stream down. He gonna unalive himself if people start keep on after that. He think he gonna stop y'all donations. He's selling the gospel. Yeah, they gonna stop donating because of that, man. Yeah, because I got this shit in a box on a shelf with a barcode. And if you don't scan it and pay for it, you don't get it. Yeah, that would be selling it, dummy.
Stupid.
I'm giving, if I didn't get one donation a day, the show gonna keep going. I just didn't make none today. I'm at the people's mercy, right? So I'm blessed, man, because they felt gracious to give. And you mad that I can do this for a living. Bro, work your job because you probably make more than a lot of us YouTubers. Why, like worry about your blessings, man.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And shout out to the people that's donate and that got a good heart to you know, support what they enjoying as far as, because a person like that will pay for Netflix and they probably got all of the Amazon account, all that, but you know how it be. But let me get back on topic. Can't give too much energy to the trolls. But I sure glad that you hating on it, because now every other donation I get, I'm gonna address you with it now. I don't like folks hating on my support, bro. I earn this stuff. Even when I'm not on here, I'm spending hours away from my family to research and stuff. Real talk, I spend a lot of time away from I immerse myself in this shit. And I deserve to be supported for this. And I don't feel guilty for taking the support, because people want me in my position to keep doing what I'm doing, and I'm passionate about it, goddammit. And I'm not gonna let folks make me feel bad and keep distracting me because, you know, people supporting content like this. I used to feel guilty. That type shit used to get to me. It don't get to me. Hey, shout out to Citizen Man, bro. Hell yeah, Citizen Man. We gonna open the panel. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and give the rest of this stuff, man, so we can get y'all on up here, because we got some more stuff. Yeah, we want to hear from you, bro. We're going to open it up here just in a few minutes. But what I want to point out here is this, y'all. The Book of Enoch is huge in alien discussions because Enoch describes these beings descending from heaven, right? And then they giving us the forbidden knowledge and all that. And they showing us these heavenly journeys and cosmic secrets, strange entities and watchers interacting with mankind. Now, remember, the Bible didn't call them strange. Enoch didn't use words like that. If you go read the Book of Enoch, Enoch was conversing with these beings like it was just regular. When we read the book, we say a strange being. That's the programming. That's how easily you can be programmed with one little adjective. Because the people who threw strange in there, they are the ones that's trying to make it like the prophets were mystics. The prophets didn't look up at the sky and say, that's an unidentified object. They said, no, that's a wormhole. They identified it. They were knowledgeable. The prophets didn't say, I spoke with a strange being. They say, I spoke with a spirit, a foreign spirit, or a certain kind of spirit, you know. And the prophets spoke with a lot of different spirits. Foreign spirits, native spirits would speak to the prophets. It was never no alien, though. That's right. Like, we know that the prophets communicated with the dead. Why would we call the dead strange beings? Because they don't want y'all to know that the spiritual realm is what they call in space. Because Ezekiel's will traveled the heavens, not space. Think about this, right? Heaven is a place where they said spirits dwell. But Ezekiel said he was traveling the heavens, and he was using the word heavens synonymous with sky. We say that when our dead loved ones pass away, they live in the clouds in the sky. We're going outside right now saying a battle in the fucking sky. And people calling it aliens. Because that's the mainstream narrative they want you to go with. But I'm going to tell you something, y'all. I know for a fact it ain't aliens and it ain't green, man. And I know for a fact it's either one or two things. It can't be nothing else but one of these two. It's either the government reverse engineering ancient Vimana technology, ancient Merkaba technology, ancient portaling technology. It's the government reverse engineering ancient tech. That's one. Number two is literally just the ancients coming back because they were time travelers. The ancients like Ezekiel and all them, they were fucking time travelers. Traveling through the heavens is traveling through parallel realities and through the ages. You know what's so crazy? If it ain't government technology, it gotta be the ancestors. You know why? This is ancient technology. And the only person with it are the ancestors or the government who reverse engineering the ancient tech. It ain't nobody else, y'all. Now, here's the thing. If it's the government, well, we already know they're hiding it with the alien thing. But if it's the ancestors, well, they're hiding it with the alien thing. I can't be sure which one it is, but I know it's one or the two, and it ain't nothing else. I believe that Ezekiel was an advanced ancient Tartarian. I believe that the Mayans, the Olmecs, had gotten so damn advanced that they left the earth and they went into parallel realities or created them. And we're in one of them. I think it's possible that some of the gods who knew all the secrets of reality, who helped create this place, they went on to travel through more parallel realities. And they returning now. I'm giving you another theory. I'm saying what we're looking at can be the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Babylonian. When we say, man, where did the ancestors go? What if the ancients literally left the fucking earth on these starships and went to other places in time, and now all those points in time are meeting back up right now, and all of us bumping into each other, the past, present, the future? What if our separation from the ancients was because of these portals and this technology? And what if at this time the separation is over and now the past, which is our ancients, are returning back to the future and the present? All points in time is meeting back up because the age of separation is over. And when that happened, we will see technology from the past reappear, like the ancients said, okay, we back home, niggas. Like, we was born onto a earth. We saw a bunch of ancient civilizations, their ruins, just laying there, but we didn't see the people. Historians told us they just vanished at the height of technology. What if they walked the fuck off the earth, went into parallel realities, and couldn't come back to certain portals open? Right? Because Enoch talk about that, like certain portals opening and closing, and like if you travel in time, you got to come back at a certain time because the portal open and close. And that will explain how people can predict when these watchers are coming. And every time that the gurus return to the earth, it's prophesied. And I believe people are able to prophesy the return of these beings or this technology because they know when the portals open. And they know when, if you cross over right now, you got a couple thousand years before you can come back over again. So when that time is up, they know, okay, we're going to see a bunch of these things in the sky because the portals are open back up. You feel me? But we don't, when we were born on the earth, we didn't know it. Like, it take these portals so long to open up. We ain't born at, like, to even know these secrets of the earth until you start to be born in a reset. So right now we're literally experiencing a reset. We're born at a crazy time because it's like this, right? You ever walk in your favorite restaurant or your favorite store and you just so happen to go in during a shift change? I hate catching my store during a shift change because you got some people leaving and some people coming. And the people that's leaving, they trying to get the hell out of there. They're not trying to handle these last customers. And the people that's coming, you know, it's like you gotta wait on the shift change before you can complete your purchase or whatever. And it's like, damn, why did I get caught up in the middle of a shift change? My luck bad. I just so happened to come to the store when they changing shifts, which mean I gotta wait longer. I gotta do, it's, you know, little stuff like that. Now, Earth is the same way. Our luck so bad or it's so good. We're just so happen to be born on the earth during a shift change. The rulers that's ruling the earth now are leaving and they're being replaced by young ones. And the same can be said for us. There's a shift change. Our children will fight their children. Their children will fight our children. Each generation will inherit this spiritual war. But the people that are able to be born during the shift change, when the two armies are changing shifts, the forces of evil got to change their shift, and the forces of good too. So not only is there great spiritual war going on the earth, the Bible say death will be rampant. Why? During this recess time, is so much death. Death is all around, like records breaking death counts. In the midst of this spiritual war, it's because people are coming to the earth, people are leaving. All the death we see is just a shift change. Now because what's going on is you've been born on the earth during a transition period. The old guard is passing and a new one coming, which is why the old system is being destroyed and they rebuilding it in a new digital AI system. Everything is transitioning. The old guard, they're just passing a baton to the kids, but at the same time this transition happened, transformation gonna take place. Because the new placeholders will occupy a totally new system than the old guard, which gonna force us to change our frequency or die. So if you're a spiritual being, as we transition, if you ain't changing with this and stepping your game up, you're gonna be conquered on all levels, man. Your defense mechanisms got to sharpen overnight. You can't, when I'm talking about your defense mechanisms, protecting your energy, protecting your sacred space, protecting your mental, spiritual, physical health, because all of that is about to be attacked way more viciously as we move forward. And with the rise of AI data centers and all that, health, mental, physical, all that must be protected at this time more than it's ever have been. Because the war is spiritual. Ain't nobody out there with guns. Your energy, if you don't control it, will mold you into a version of yourself you don't want to be. And that version of you is easy to control. It's a frequency war going on outside. It's not about bullets. It's about claiming the souls and minds of men. And this kind of propaganda with the UFO it aids in that in a way that most folks just don't see how powerful it is, which is why I'm covering it this thorough. So again, spiritual beings become alien beings through reinterpretation. When we read the Bible, all of this spiritual knowledge gets reinterpreted to just UFO, alien, extraterrestrial. That's a tragedy. It's such a tragedy to turn all of this advanced knowledge that I'm giving you about our reality into a UFO conspiracy. Now, if the people in power wanted to keep you away from the forbidden knowledge that is coming to us from the aliens, they would tell you what you seeing in the sky is a little green man. Because the moment your mind figure out that this is a form of technology that humans is capable of, then the veil gonna be uplifted. The moment the masses say, everything we can't explain, we can explain it if we think about it hard enough. It must be an explanation. If we think like that, we become a threat. They want us to be like, everything you can't explain, just go with the narrative we giving you to explain it. So if you look around you and see a bunch of shit you can't explain, the government don't want us asking questions, doing our own investigations. It's gonna seed its own narrative out there to stop all that. That's right. And when the government do that, I'm gonna go live and start fighting against that narrative like I'm doing right now. So you got, after Enoch and Ezekiel, you got Elijah. And Elijah is ascending in a whirlwind. You notice that, right? A whirlwind. This is wormholes. It's a physical vehicle, but unlike an airplane, the Vimana ain't made to fly you from point A to point B. It's a vehicle that's only getting up in the air so it can create a hurricane in the atmosphere, not a tornado. The Vimana reaches a level of vibration of frequency that our particular reality can't handle. In order for you to understand this, you got to understand we're in a computer simulation. Any computer simulation is limited to its processing power. If we live in a simulation, complicated thoughts require the simulation to use more processing power. That will explain why the demiurge, the lesser god that run this damn simulation, can't have us vibrating high and using too much thought power. It will crash the whole simulation. You can't have billions of humans thinking deeply at the same time. If that happened, this whole shit'll blow up. This whole fake ass world will be just, it'll vanish just like that. It'll malfunction like a computer that you push beyond its processing capabilities. Every single action that takes place within this simulation has to be processed by the simulation. If every single human on earth raised their vibration deep in their thoughts, this place couldn't stand. It couldn't process that much. Complicated thoughts are, it requires this place to work harder to process your deep ass thoughts. So imagine everybody thinking deeply. This shit'll crash. They gotta keep us dumbed down for it. It can't be a bunch of us thinking deeply at the same time. That's why I'm trying to explain to you why the woke community is so small every generation. The people on the earth that's woke, that can see through the illusion, it's like a handful of them every generation. Every reset, the people that really know what's going on is like less than 1% of the earth population. We call them the conspiracy theorists. Them be the people who eyes open to the bullshit. It's never a big number. Whenever you see a bunch of humans vibrating on this high level, using a bunch of thought power, it ain't on earth. That's what's happening in Eden. In Eden, every single being is vibrating high. That's right. But you know what? Eden is the base reality. It ain't a simulation, so it ain't limited to processing power. In Eden, we can use as much, it's abundance. You can't use up energy in Eden. You can't go beyond the limitations of its processing because it's not a simulation. But all of the simulations have their limitations based upon processing. And that's why in each of these realities, there have to be maintained a certain vibration of ignorance. If we're all dreaming right now, what makes the dream real is if we all agree it ain't real. What I'm saying is, If we all enter a fake earth, a dream world, and we all agree we ain't gonna treat this shit like a dream. We're gonna play and trick our mind like this real. And if all of us do it together, that'll make the illusion stronger. Now, when all of us get drunk in our ignorance and we in this illusion as a collective, when it's time to wake up from the dream, a few of us gonna wake up out of our drunkenness and say, hey, it's a dream. Remember, we agreed to this illusion. And the people that ain't ready to wake up gonna do like your kids when you trying to wake them up from school, and they gonna get back under the cover and they gonna be mad as hell. Right? This dream is good, nigga. Ignorance is bliss. People have molded their whole identity in this dream. They've become somebody in this damn dream. And now you got to shake them and say, hey, wake up, nigga. Remember, we was just faking. It was a joke. But you like who you've become in that illusion world. That's going to be so hard for people to detach from themselves. The Hindu said it. The Buddhist said it, detachment. It's why a lot of us is going to merge with the enemy. Because this fake version of ourselves we created, we going to keep it alive. It's basically the avatar that AI have created for us in its simulation. We fall in love with who we are, the version of us AI made. But the problem is we don't own that version of us. That version of us don't have free will. That version of us got to do what AI tell it to do. It's like this, right? Let's say your real version is free. It can do whatever it wants. It can dance right now. It can jump up. But I take a picture of you and I put your picture in a AI video generator, and I write a prompt and I say, make this picture of Sanchez climb on top of his house, jump off, and fly away. And it'll take the picture of me at my desk and it'll make a fake version of me that do the task I just wrote out. The fake Sanchez can't do what it want to do. The fake Sanchez got to do the prompt that I wrote out for it. Your body is the fake you performing the generated prompt that predated it. In the beginning was the word. It was written. Every action you doing was written out by your higher self. Even the words out of my mouth right now was written out verbatim. Your higher self know everything it came here to experience, good and bad. It know every mistake it wanted to make to get it to where it need to be. It know everybody it was going to hurt and who was going to be hurt by. God is all knowing. Your higher self know every endeavor that's going to play out in its life when you was a baby. It signed up for this. So there is no free will. Deja vu proved that. If you think it's free will, try to change deja vu. Next time you feel a deja vu moment happening, try to stop it real quick and say, hey, I know what you're about to do, man. You're about to open the refrigerator. How did you know that? You're a prophet. You got ahead of deja vu. You'll never get ahead of deja vu. You're going to always be late. It's always going to act out before you say it because it got prophecy must be fulfilled. That's right. Deja vu is proof that our actions is written out and you can't change it. If you still think that you got free will, listen to this. The Mayans, the Olmecs, the Egyptians, all the ancient civilizations was able to predict the future, but they weren't able to change it. A lot of our ancestors prophesied their own demise. You think I'm gonna let a nigga shoot me in my head if I know what's finna happen? Think about this now. The ancestors did this. Like, you got a prophet that's saying in 10 hours somebody gonna kick my door in and kill my whole family, then why the fuck you let it happen? Just cause we can predict the future don't mean we can change it, because free will don't exist. That explains, a lot of folks would ask you, like, if the ancestors were so prophetic, why the hell didn't they change? They knew that the enemy was gonna do all this stuff to them before it happened, and they just let it happen. They let their babies be tortured. You don't think if a person know the future, they gonna change it if they can, bro? Come on now. That's right. So yeah, you can know what's gonna happen tomorrow, but you can't change it. It's written out, your body a puppet. So deja vu gonna play out, and you will never be able to stop it until after it play out. You can't cheat this shit. You can't edit these events that's already written out, man. You will never find no one that said, I was able to beat deja vu. Take that, deja vu. I'm quicker than you. You will never be quicker than deja vu. Deja vu is just you remembering the future because it already happened in a parallel. Listen, the year 2029 is happening right now. And because of that, you can remember it like it happened in the past. The ancestors said we can project forward and backwards in consciousness. That's the law of polarity. If I can go up, I can go down. If I can remember the past, why can't I remember the future? Because it ain't happened yet, Sanchez. You better not be a Christian talking like that. Because the Bible tells you that every action on the earth already played out in God's eyes. We the ones waiting on it to unfold. Go read your Bible. I was fucking a student of the Bible. Christians don't want smoke with me. Your Bible tells you that the God in heaven can already see the past, present, and future like it already happened. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. So when a person say tomorrow ain't happened yet, to God, that shit is old. Everything you gonna do for the next 10 years of your life, that shit's old news to God. You already did it to God, nigga. That's old. That's history to God. In the beginning, God created the past, present, and future, and all events was acted out in that. Ain't nothing waiting to happen. It's already happening. That's the law of infinity. You're just waiting on it to happen to you. Just because tomorrow ain't happened to you yet, don't mean it ain't happened. This is the ancestral concept of time. If you like it, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. I'm fascinated with the ancestors, and this is the kind of talk you're going to expect over here. I built the whole community for this kind of stuff, and these aren't popular conversations because we don't deal with a lot of popular narratives. We really think outside the box, okay? That's right. Let me continue this because I know we got people that want to call in. But let's talk about Elijah. Because the same happened with Enoch being taken. The same happened with Paul being caught up to the third heaven. The same happened with John in the book of Revelation, seeing heavenly realms and different creatures. Cosmic warfare too. They saying war take place. They seeing entities descending from the sky. What are the prophets seeing? The other 99% of reality that we're shielded from, it's invisible to us. If I could open up your spiritual eyes right now, guess what you will see? You would see a bunch of balls of light all around you falling to the earth like raindrops. Let me share something with you real quick. If you can open up your spiritual eyes and go outside, This is what you will see. Watch this. We're at war, man. Look at here. You can't see the missiles dropping. Now, if you went outside and the sky looked like this, you would say, damn, we're at war, man. There's a war going on outside. Watch this. If you went outside and you saw a bunch of missiles in the sky like this, you would say, oh, man, we in trouble. Right? Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, if you went outside and saw this, you would panic. But this is literally what's happening outside. You just can't see it. There's a war going on all around you. On a spiritual level, this is what's happening outside. All of these lights that you see landing on the ground, those are sperm cells landing in their mama. And we don't think that that's a war. Every sperm is a bomb that's dropping. Boom! To help for the war. Every human is an explosion. Put it this way. Our ancestors is at war, and you don't even know that you're a war weapon. Let me show you what you look like so this will hit you, so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. You're a fucking bomb, dude, and you need to know that. Watch this. When you touch down, this is what you became. Look. Look at the human body. You're an explosion. And your whole life is a release of energy. When you leave out of this place, they're going to ask you, did you hit your target? You're a fucking kamikaze. You came here to sacrifice yourself for the war, like Jesus. You're one of these little balls. You're a fallen angel. You descended here from a base reality. There are no aliens. We're the fucking aliens. The people know that we're not going to fall for the alien agenda, so they're going to come second with the fallen angel agenda. The next agenda is going to be to convince us that we're not the fallen angels, and they're going to say that the people in power are the fallen angels, the spooky fallen angels. What y'all don't know is the devil is what they call our kundalini. The dragon is the name of your chi energy. That was the mascot for the soul. It still is in Asia. No one is scared of the devil or dragon. They worship the dragon or the serpent because it's nothing spooky. It just means the kundalini energy. That's right. We're the damn devil, but we scared as hell. Ooh, I'm not the devil. I'm not the devil because your ass is a child and you think that the devil is a fucking boogeyman. I ain't the devil. You a damn child, man. Watch out. You don't know that the damn devil is your kundalini. The word just mean live. You live. Evil, live. Our life is as a God in the flesh is evil because it's a lesser form of what we are in heaven. It's our evil form. So each one of us is a ball of light. And you were sent here to hit a target, to complete a mission. Now, when you go back to heaven and you didn't hit your mark, you got to come back, man. I know I'm fucking shit up with mine, though. I don't care. I sacrifice so much shit to wreak havoc on this system. And you just a little bitty ball, so you just gonna make a little bitty damage. But see, think about this. Some of these missiles, even though it's just a little bitty missile, it can't do too much damage. What separates some missiles for others is what we land on. Some of these little bitty streaks, they're gonna hit a very important target that the enemy need, and that's bro Sanchez. You don't got to be big to make a big impact. You can be a little bitty ball of light, but if you land right in a motherfucker's face, you're a threat, nigga. You don't gotta be a big ass ball of light. You can be a little bitty ball of light, but if you're strategic with what target you hit, we gonna win this war. That's how the kamikazes want it. They said we just need little bitty pilots. We don't need a lot of missiles and big arms. We just need a few niggas willing to die for this shit. And we gonna fly into strategic targets that we know the enemy need. Come on, man. You can't fuck with nothing like that, bro. That's right. Cause these things on a death mission. How you gonna threaten them with death? Imagine that now. Y'all are kamikaze pilots and y'all scared to die. How the fuck that makes sense? You gonna die anyway, nigga. You on a death mission. The moment you fail from heaven, you gonna die anyway. You can't stop it. None of these little balls of light can turn around and change its trajectory. It's gotta make impact and hit the ground. Every human got to go into a casket. They got to dig you a damn hole in the ground because every meteor leaves an impact. Your casket, your grave site, that's because you're a comet, dude. Every comet leaves a hole in the ground. All fallen angels got a grave site. And you can't escape that shit. You're on a trajectory that you can't change because you're a kamikaze, and whatever sent you, they sent you on a mission, and you can't turn around until you hit your target and you're gonna die. You're kamikaze, but see, death is your way out. So if you scared to die, then you scared to live. How you gonna go to heaven if you scared to die? You don't miss your mark. Death is inevitable, so why die missing your mark? You gonna die anyway. You might as well complete your damn mission. That's how I look at it. There's a lot of more things I'd rather done with my life than be a voice for the ancients. But some in me know that I'm called to do this. I know that what I do to people and that my way of articulating this knowledge is needed in this world of deception. So I decided to, I couldn't look, bro. I'm in conflict because I still got a dream to pursue a rap career, and I'm gonna do it. I got a bunch of notebooks and raps that I wrote that I've always said I wanted to put out, and I'm gonna do it. I put that shit on hold, man. I'm 41. A lot of the shit that I'm gonna be spitting on my album, I wrote these lyrics in high school. It's like when I started waking up, my whole life went on pause and I didn't care about nothing but just learning the truth. And I looked up and I was 41 and I was like, damn, this ain't the path that I really thought I was gonna go, but I'm enjoying myself. Like I'm liking this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like the universe gave me a detour. But I like the detour. I like it, you know? But I still like what I want, and I'm still, you know, it's doing them both. It's weird, man. My life is fucking weird. But I know I'm hitting my mark. I know as one of these balls of light, I'm doing a little bit I came to do. Now one of these little bitty streets of light is gonna fucking blow up the whole world because it's just a little bitty missile. But together, they gonna fuck some shit up though. Together. See, in your little bitty life, you may think you ain't making no big impact, and you're not. But all of us together, we bumming the hell out of some shit. You ain't supposed to make a big impact. You just supposed to make the little impact you supposed to make as a missile. Listen, now one of these missiles is supposed to destroy the whole fucking thing. They supposed to work together and turn each one's little impact into a big successful mission. So we ain't thinking that one missile gonna do it all. It's gonna be a little bitty results from a bunch of small ones that's gonna do it. Not just one shebang, and that's what we gotta look at as fallen angels. Your life, you may have woke 2 people up, But them two people you woke up, one of them may become the president of Hawaii. And you may say to yourself, man, I only woke up two people. Bro, you woke up a world leader that's going to wake up a nation. You don't even know how you altered history. Each one of these little streaks is going to alter history and make an impact to the timeline and shift it toward the pathway of righteousness and away from the other path where we can go as a collective toward the digital world. But I just had to go into that because we dealing with spiritual stuff, and I want to give y'all this download to hit certain chords within you to activate certain things. But now, John in Revelation saw heavenly realms and strange creatures and a cosmic warfare. There's a war that's always been fought above our head, and we can't see it. We can't see it. And we will start to see that invisible reality above us more and more. And in my theory, this is why the UAP, UFO conspiracy is necessary, because check this out. In the Bible, it said that the false prophet gonna do fake shit in the sky and deceive people. Why is he doing that in the end of days? Because it said that the dead is gonna return to the earth and fight in a war during this time. That's why I said, listen, I had to make two theories, because at first I was like, that's government technology. They reverse engineering ancient shit. And then I said, but there's another theory too, because you can't count out the fact that, bro, it could be the ancestors. Facts, nigga. That's right. Why would an alien make its ship the same way Ezekiel did, nigga? Are we stealing the aircraft from the aliens, or are they stealing it from humans? What are the odds of the aliens showing up in a Cadillac? Humans make Cadillac, and they even name it. It's called Ezekiel's wheel. This would be like you saying, nigga, I'm in a Tesla car. We know who make Tesla. Elon Musk. Who makes Ezekiel's wheel? Well, Ezekiel, nigga. Why would an alien fly to the earth in some shit made by humans? And why would you turn Ezekiel into an alien? Because aliens are now naming their babies Ezekiel and Daniel and shit. Enoch. Like, it don't make sense. It only makes sense when we introduce the missing pieces that I'm presenting here tonight. And that's the fact that the ancients were technological, advanced spiritual beings. And the shit we see in the sky may be the dead returning, because the Bible been undefeated. And it said that the dead gonna be living on the earth with the living. Now we're waiting on the dead to show up. But what if they already here, nigga, and we're calling them UAPs? If that's true, then the powers that be got us fighting against our own help, my nigga. And I thought about that shit before. I said, man, if our ancestors are time travelers, if they able to pierce through the veil and transcend these realities, like what Jesus said, I'm gonna visit you back at the end of the age. How would the people in power respond to that? Because when our ancestors show up, we don't know what they're gonna look like. We're meeting our ancestors for the first time, like a child that was adopted and they now reunited with their mama. They don't know what to expect. So if someone did not want us to fully connect with our DNA, our loved ones, connect with our dead, because they want us to connect with their dead. That's why they giving you Jesus and all that. They want you to look up and hope for a white man on a donkey, when really you need to be looking up for advanced Tartarian technology, because it ain't gonna be a white boy with a blonde hair show up to help you. It's gonna be some advanced niggas getting up out of starships that you never saw before, nigga. The ancestors showing up in fly-ass futuristic DeLoreans, and we looking for a white boy to pierce the clouds open on our behalf. When the white boy is telling you that the ancestors who come in here to intervene is your enemy. It's a threat, and it's alien. That's cold work, man. Like, that is sad, man. That's fucking sad, because people want it to be aliens. People rather that shit be E.T. than Harriet Tubman. A lot of black weirdos too. They can't wait to make contact with aliens. And they don't give a fuck about their ancestors. They talk about aliens all day, and when you bring up the ancients, they say, man, that shit the past. That's the past. We in the future. No, we ain't, nigga. We lost the future. But see, these folks can't wait to get acquainted with aliens. And if you tell them, hey, man, that's our ancestors on that ship, they gonna go back in the house. Oh, man, I thought it was E.T., nigga. I'm about to go home. Soon as you tell them, oh, that's Malcolm X on that ship. Soon as you tell them, oh, that's Big Mama on that ship, niggas gonna pack up and go home. Niggas ain't, who is that flying that? Grandma. Oh, man, you go back to play Call of Duty. Thought it was E.T. I was excited. It's like the excitement we should have to reconnect with our ancients. They gave you that with aliens now. They got us collectively hoping to connect with something alien and foreign versus something that we're related to, something that ain't alien, something that's familiar to us, something that's ancestral to us, something that's dormant in our very DNA. You're waiting to connect with some strange being and you don't even know what to expect from it. But niggas don't like to talk about ancestral ancient shit. That's right. Y'all weird, man, and that you gonna get everything coming to you following the false prophet. So it's turning into a religion. Alien theorists will read the Bible and say Ezekiel didn't have a vision. He had an encounter with an advanced being. They're rewriting the Bible. Ezekiel's will allowed him to have visions. You got to ask yourself, what kind of will allow you to see the past, present, and future? Ezekiel's will don't move from point A to point B like a car. It allows a portal to be open for us to be able to see with the third eye. That's why Ezekiel's will leads to a vision. It's an out-of-body experience. And I want to show you what the will is because I put it up earlier. It's the crown chakra. It's the great seal. When you open up your great seal, you become like Ezekiel and you can see the past, present, and future like the Mayan. The greatest gift is inside of us is packaged literally with a bow on top. You can't make this shit up, bro. When we put the bow on top of a gift, that's the crown chakra, bro. If you look at the crown chakra, it is literally one of these on your head. When you open up a gift and you take the bow off, that symbolizes something about to open up, Jack about to come out the box. Look what's on top of your head, man. When we open up our mind, the light within us start to pour out of us. And when that happens, ain't no vampire can stand in your goddamn presence. That's right. Let me tell you something. When you open this thing up, you could see my light with this truth I shine. I'm not worrying about nobody harming me or doing nothing to me. Because if they do, it's written. When you know what I know, you ain't scared of nothing. People say, protect yourself, Sanchez. Nigga, this shit, you don't got free will, nigga. If it's written out for a nigga to kill me tomorrow, it ain't nothing I can do about it. Y'all got a false sense of protection. You say that you live in a simulation and you think you can protect yourself from death. You think because you taking safety precautions, you extending your life. When nigga, your death date is already written out. You ain't die because it ain't written for you to die right there. So when you know this, you just start living your life and stop being a little bitch all the time. That's right. It can turn, like if I'm in any altercation with a nigga and however it go, just how it's supposed to go. I kill you, you kill me, I'm happy with it because it was written, nigga. Gotta die one day. That's just the way it was written for me to go. I ain't scared of no niggas. I'ma do my mission until a nigga take me out. Because when I die, that's when I'm supposed to die. That meant the universe was done. I did my mission. Nigga, like Jesus said, no man take my life. I laid it down. I wrote that shit in my script before I even came to the earth, how I wanted to live, the shit I wanted to do, and how I wanted to die. You ain't taking shit. I wrote that in my script. That's why Jesus was saying, them niggas ain't killing me. I wrote that. If Jesus is God, how they killing me and God wrote the script out? They obeying me. They doing what I told them to do. They ain't killing me. They following my orders. Because I wrote that in the script. You know? And that's what Jesus was saying. Ain't nobody taking my life. I'm giving this shit away. Because if I want to, I can write another ending. I'm the writer of this shit. It was written. And it was written that I'm going to die on that cross. Therefore, ain't nobody taking my life. They're just doing what I told them to do as characters in my book that I wrote. You see, Jesus wasn't looking at the shit like y'all. Oh, they killing me. Jesus was like, shut up, man. They being obedient. I can't stay in this fake ass world forever. I got to leave, and this how I want to go out, nigga, like a boss. Put me up here like this on some G shit. But yeah, this crown chakra, you open that up, all that light in you see. When enough of us light beings let the light inside of us shine to the world, the vampires will die. When enough humans open up their crown chakra, their third eye, and let their light shine, because you are just a portal, and the light that's shining is shining from the base reality into this fake world. But it's able to do it through you because you're a portal. You're a connection from the heavenly realm to the earthly realm. We are the connection. The portal is in us. That's why Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. The light inside of all of us light beings is not our light. You are a black hole. And the light that we see is just the light from heaven going through the black hole. It's not like, well, there's just a little ball of light sitting inside of me. No, there's a black hole inside of you, a portal that's open, and it's connected to heaven. And the light of heaven is able to shine through you. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to y'all? All of us light beings are portals. It ain't that It's an individual ball of light. There's a realm where we're all connected. We're all one. But down here in the earth realm, we're separated as fallen angels. But the portals within all of us is still connected to the same base reality where we're all unified. That's why externally it's separatism. He black, I'm white, she fat, he skinny. But inside, all of us feel the same. We're just light beings with the same innocent frequency that you had when you was a little baby. All that division and separatism didn't come until we start developing our avatars and false personas and straw men. So this is very important to know if we're gonna get spiritual with this UFO UAP stuff, because this is the stuff they hiding behind their agenda. And I can just tell you where they hiding it behind the agenda. No, I want to actually show you what they're hiding and teach you this stuff they don't want you to know. A lot of people know that the secret societies got secrets, but it ain't really giving us knowledge to show up every day and say they're hiding it from us. You're giving the people knowledge when you realize what they hiding and give the people that. Simply saying they hiding stuff ain't giving us back what they hiding. So a lot of the new age conspiracy theories and new world order people, they're corrupting the Bible because they want to turn Ezekiel's visions into alien encounters. And a lot of your alien encounters, they don't say a little green man hovered above me and sucked me up with a light beam. They say I was out of my body in a ship. It was like they give you this Ezekiel story like it's an out of body experience. Their remote viewing, their spiritual body is basically over their physical body watching the aliens operate. So a lot of the abduction stories are them plagiarizing and stealing the true spiritual accounts of the prophets and then redefining it into the green man ignorance. It takes us so far away from what the prophets wanted us to know, and it gets us into abduction stories and do you believe the abductees? And if you don't believe the abductees, they gonna cancel you. This gonna become a new religion. And it's basically saying either you're gonna miss your awakening or we gonna blackball you in the world system. You gotta make a choice now. Because if you wanna start saying about what the prophets were saying about the simulation, deja vu, time travel, and you wanna go against the alien stuff, you ain't gonna really win that, bro, because the majority rule. And the world is going with the narrative. And don't nobody want to hear you interpret the Bible by saying it's us. The idea that it's the Bible may be supporting aliens, it's interesting to people. It does for them like what the truth and what this awakening is doing for you. That's like a false awakening. But the same way we feel about us getting this new information and having aha moments, they feel the same way. They feel like they cracking a code. Hey man, Ezekiel's will, and they look at the shit in the sky and they look at Ezekiel's will and they say, oh, aliens, the Bible knew about ET. But they don't think deeply enough. It's easy to make that mistake. I'm not mad at them. Because that's the narrative they giving us. They ain't asking all the questions that's why I'm so important. And I'm not trying to be egotistical. But so when you turn Ezekiel's visions into alien encounters or encounters with advanced non-human beings, This is where the framework becomes important psychologically. And I'm going to tell you why right now. Because once you reinterpret angels as extraterrestrials, the entire Bible changes. That's right. And that's what the Vatican wants. Now, the papacy, the Catholic Church, was the first theological authority to say that extraterrestrials are angels. Now they're trying to push that into the masses. The Bible said that the church is going to fall for it. What the church don't know is that the Catholic Church, the Vatican, is the Antichrist. It is the seat of the false prophet. The trick of the New World Order and the false prophet is to make the Vatican influence all the other churches and religions on the earth. And people will fall for it when they want to keep their 501(c) and when they don't want their church to be outcasted. Because when every church is saying that what we seeing in the sky is aliens and that the Bible supports little green men, you don't want to be the one church going against the gang. This a group thing. The majority win. If your church are part of an assembly of churches or organization that's connected with the state, which most churches are, you gotta go with the UAP agenda. Because the Catholic Church is the main authority behind all the other churches. Now, a person may say, well, we don't respect the Catholic Church. You don't got to. When it comes to your church keeping its 501(c) status, the mother church dictates who does that or not. That's right. Yeah, you may say there's a lot of churches that don't teach what the Vatican teach. You're right. But when it comes to which churches are authorized or canon, that's respected, other ones gonna be outcasted. You ain't official. You ain't authentic. You like a rogue thing. And most people gonna want to keep their relationship with the state. Most of these churches are interconnected with the community, the county. They got programs. They get in the bag with the state. You got to understand that the authority over the legalized relationship between the theological society and the political society is the Catholic Church, whether you like it or not. And you don't got to have the same ideology as them. They call the shots when it comes to churches' relationships with the state. That's right. So if you want to maintain a good relationship with the state as a church, you don't go against mainstream narratives. In fact, you want to push and promote them, and your ministry will grow. These are just facts. I'm from the Bible Belt. I know how it go. All of these pastors are just like the world's first influencers. Like before we had social media, there were churches in everybody's community. And instead of you having a content creator, you had a pastor. And everyone subscribed to his channel or they joined his church. You see, ain't nothing really changed. It just went digital. But the thing is, just like the church and the state relationship, if you don't follow the algorithm online, they gonna say, oh, that's alternative shit. That's the fake news. We gonna blackball that. So these churches gonna follow the devil because they greedy. They don't want to be blackballed. They want to grow. They want to do whatever they gotta do and conform to keep life good. So even the Bible said that the church is going to follow this beast because it is easy when you see what's going on is happening right now. But they want what we see in the sky to be interpreted as angels. I used to think they was gonna use blue beam technology and they was gonna make a bunch of angels appear in the sky. And now I'm like, damn, that was a dumb idea. They don't gotta do that because they don't gotta make Jesus appear in the sky with blonde hair and blue eyes. Once you see the angels show up, you gonna say Jesus coming. You get me? The Bible say before Jesus show up, the angels gonna come first to wage war. If you wanted to fake Jesus showing up, you just make the angels appear in the sky. And I used to think, how are they gonna fake the angels coming into the sky? Because the Bible say that's gonna happen. How they gonna fake that with blue beam? And I used to think they're gonna have some kind of technology that can just make big ass angels appear in everybody's sky. When you look up, it's gonna be big angels with wings like Gabriel, but it's blue beam projections.
Stupid.
That was a dumb theory though. And we're seeing what's happening now that make more sense. They don't gotta put actual angels in the sky. They can put a Chico stick in the sky to say that's the angel. If we all agree on it, there go the angels. You see the psychology? They don't got a blue beam, actual angels with wings in the sky. They can reinterpret shit as angels. That's powerful. Because the Bible gives a clear description of angels. They are winged human-like creatures. They're not this shit right here. But I'm showing you how powerful the Vatican is. And I'm showing you why this is so strategic from a psychological level. I don't gotta put real angels in the sky. I can put anything up there and say, this what the Bible meant by angels showing up. You can throw a fucking booger up there and say, hey, y'all, this is what you can reinterpret anything as an angel. If people let you do it, then you don't need blue beam technology. That's right. And I never thought of that. It's so simple that we thinking of all the complicated shit, and it's just so simple, man. Ain't nobody gotta beam up 4 horsemen of no apocalypse. They don't gotta make motherfucking a sky show. It can be simple shit. It can be just a little bitty light flashed. And the damn churches, and they can seed it out there and say, oh, this is angels, and they can get the scriptures. You can reinterpret the shit whatever you want it to be for real. That's right. It don't gotta look like what the Bible describes, long as we don't care about it. If we all agree, hey, that's angels, nigga. The angels here, and Jesus coming. You ain't got to show them not one pair of wings, not one golden halo. You can just show them this right here. And then tell them those are angels because of Ezekiel's will. And now they forgot all about wings and halos. This is how the government can hide technology in front of your face. If the government wanted to hide technology, this is how they can do it. They ain't got to do blue beam. The government can be controlling this thing right now. But when you see it, they making you think about angels from heaven when there's some shit from a military base. Psychological programming, bro. You're looking at this technology like an angel, even though it don't even resemble what the Bible said how angels look. That's right. They can show you anything in the sky and blame it on the Bible, and you'll accept it because you're a fake ass Christian. That's why. You're a fake ass Christian. You don't go with what the Bible say. You go with what the mainstream narrative say, nigga. And that's why the Bible say all y'all fake ass Christians going to hell, nigga. You don't follow the Bible. You follow authority. You follow the news, the popular narratives. You can't distinguish you Christians apart from the masses. If you followed the Bible, we should be able to see the Christians. If Christians really followed the Bible, we can pick you out the crowd, but we can't. When everybody else scratching their head saying, we don't know, you doing the same thing when you got the Bible. How you got the book full of knowledge, but you just as confused as your neighbor without God, without the Bible, because you're fake. You ain't really no Christian. You ain't really no Christian. You're a Zionist, nigga. That's right. You can distinguish the real Christians from the masses. They call them conspiracy theorists. That's right. The real Christians, they call them tinfoil hatters. The real Christians get censored. When a real Christian spit the real message to the world, they call it fake news. They say it's blasphemy. Silence that. When a real Christian talk, they face the same treatment Jesus faced. That's right. If when you talk, the red carpet rolls out for you, you're a fake ass Christian. You fake as hell. And Christ ain't on your side. You working for the devil. This world don't love you when you working for Christ. It crucifies you, nigga. That's right. If everybody around you like you and you fit in, you part of the broad path. How that's a narrow path? The people who walk in the narrowest path on the earth are the ones that's pushing back against the status quo, and they ain't even got family members that like them. They losing friends. They losing family for this shit, and you ain't lost nothing, and you think you on the side of righteousness. You telling me you follow a God that lost everything telling the truth, and you repeating the same shit he said in the same world, and ain't nothing happening to you though. Everything all good with you. And you repeating everything Jesus said, but Jesus got tortured. Get your ass out of here, man. If you ain't being persecuted like the conspiracy theorists, you ain't talking about nothing. That's right. You ain't waking nobody up. You ain't no kind of threat. Go sit your ass down with your non-scary ass. You don't make these people scared, nigga. I'm somebody's headache. You know that? You ain't a threat to this shit. Every day somebody wake up and they can't wait till Sanchez die. That's how they felt about Jesus. He's disturbing this shit too much. Just let us go with business as no. You Christians are going along with business as usual when you supposed to be disturbing this shit. You know Christians be telling me you need Jesus in your life. You seem negative. Why are you just trying? You know, you Christians should be worse than me. If you had Jesus in your life, you would be getting outcasted in this world, not conforming to it, trying to maintain a comfort level. That's right. You broad path walkers ain't been through nothing, ain't got persecuted for nothing. You go out there preaching the Bible, people love you for it. I can go on Facebook right now. All I gotta put is praise Jesus, and that shit gonna get 100,000 shares on it. You put some complicated shit on Facebook that requires people to think outside the box, won't nobody share it. If you go on your wall and put some shallow, simple, easy, safe shit, thank the Lord for waking a nigga up another day. That shit gonna go viral. It's safe, it's easy. It ain't a threat. The algorithm like that kind of shit. You know, just simple. Predictable. But once you turn angels into aliens, Heaven becomes outer space now. See, I'm about to cook right now. I'm about to expose this damn agenda. Once aliens become angels, heaven becomes space. Once heaven becomes space, the astronauts become the modern prophets like Enoch and Ezekiel ascending up to space. And once you introduce aliens, they're going to start communicating with the aliens. Just like the prophets was communicating with the beings. These people are trying to be like us so fucking bad, and they fake as hell. They know that we got abilities they don't got. Our ancestors was communicating with the other side. And they want to be the new rock stars. They want to be the new prophets. We want to be them. They want to be us. While we trying to be them, they trying to prophesy and have deja vu. They want to dream and have astral travel experiences. While you saying, man, forget all that new age shit. I'm trying to make money. You think you cool and you evolving. And they done killed your damn spirituality. While trying to reverse engineer it for themselves. And these people, they trying to use technology to do what we do naturally, while telling you the shit you do naturally ain't even a flex like that. So they can't do the shit the real way. They gotta fake it. And that's what I'm saying about space being heaven. They want to be prophets so bad, they're going to make space heaven, aliens, angels, and they're going to have their astronauts communicate with angels and become the new prophets. Because when the astronauts go to communicate with the aliens, the whole world going to change. This the new religion now. And they're copying off our shit, because our ancestors made contact with the dead. And guess what? The people on the other side was able to tell us the future and give us forbidden knowledge and be our guardian angels against the oppression in this world. They want to recreate that scenario. Our ancients was giving us knowledge from the other side that made us like rock stars, because regular people is like, how do you know what's going to happen before it happened? And when you tell them, look, I'm able to still communicate with my dead grandmother, and my dead grandmother can see the future before it happens. Now we knowing what deja vu is. From the realm of the dead, they can see all points in time at the same time. That's why they can communicate with us from a different time. Whatever date that your loved one died on, they transcended time, which is why it's 2026 right now, and you can still talk to them. Because death don't mean... What they teach us is that death happens when you run out of time. You die when your time is up. But it's actually the opposite way around. It's the opposite way around. Death don't happen because your time is up. Death happens because you've actually cheated time. You become a time traveler. Let me say this again. They teach us that when your time is up, you die. But actually, death is you remembering that you're able to time travel. It ain't that your time is up. You now become a master of time, a manipulator of time. Where at first you was bound to time because you was stuck in one pocket of reality. You become a being now that's traveling throughout all points of the past, present, and future. That's what death is. It's not when we run out of time. It's when we grab time by the fucking throat and say, listen, bitch, I run shit. You don't run nothing. I'm not bound to time. Time don't run shit with me. I don't age. Age is an illusion. That's what death is. Basically, time ain't when your death ain't when your time run up. Death is when you beat the shit out of Chronos. And you now transcend time. It ain't like time is some money and I used up all my time, so now I'm dead. No, death is when you wake up to the fact that time didn't exist anyway. That's right. If that makes sense to you. Death is when you say, you know what? Why the fuck am I stuck in just one world when all of these points in time I can visit past, present, future? That's death. It ain't my time running up. It's me understanding and realizing I'm a manipulator of time. I'm a ancient time traveler that forgot my ability. And little glimpses of deja vu was my only clue. So once they turn aliens into ETs, outer space becomes heaven. Demons become interdimensional entities. Visions become encounters. Ascending becomes abduction. And divine revelation becomes cosmic communication. So they're going to downplay all of the experiences that we are going to be experiencing as gods at this time. Because we're in the age of Aquarius and the junk DNA is about to be activated. You're going to see visions and dreams. We about to be lucid dreaming more. You're going to have deja vu more than you've had it before as we move on. And that's why they got to spray the air up, pausing everything up. The part of us that's waking up is what they're battling. There's a war going on outside of us and inside of us. The war inside of us is the biological terraforming of the environment and the manipulation of your food, your water, the air you breathe. That's to stop the junk DNA from waking up. Now, they can't stop it from waking up, but they can suppress it and slow it down. And that's what they're doing. It's buying them time to go ahead and upgrade themselves because we're upgrading. And they got to upgrade too to match our energy. So this buys them time to technologically make breakthroughs because they're transhumans. Our upgrade is coming spiritually. Theirs is coming technologically. So they keeping us sleep long enough to terraform and make the technological breakthroughs to control us more. And you can see this is a very specific war going on. And once you see it, you know your place in it and what to do, and you can help us out because we're fighting on behalf of the ancients. Quit standing around looking dumb. That feeling you got, yes, act on that. You're supposed to be doing that. Quit thinking about it. You're a kamikaze. You questioning the shit inside. Some of y'all should have been merged with an alternative reality, and you still living in that old universe because you don't want to kill this stagnant version of yourself. I'm telling you right now, let this be the year that you just do what you feel versus what's safe, what's logical. Do it. Fuck it. You ain't got, hey man, what the fuck, nigga? You scared? I don't know how to motivate y'all. I just don't know what to say, but other than niggas, stop sleeping on yourself. Damn. Listen, they trying everything to stop this transformation in y'all. But let's go deeper. Genesis 6 is another one they try to use as a major alien passage. They say that the sons of God came unto the daughters of man. Some interpret this as fallen angels. Others interpret it as a non-human beings genetically mixing with humanity. That That idea exploded in modern UFO culture because it resembles alien hybrid theories. Then there's the Tower of Babel. People argue whether if humanity once possessed advanced knowledge that was intentionally disrupted. And we know that's true. But see how they hide the truth is by bringing in the alien shit. Yes, we had advanced knowledge that we lost, but it was because of the powers that be in this world. This world, not from another world. The biggest trick of the devil is to make you not. The Bible tried to warn you. And the devil know that the Bible condemns it, so it reinterprets the Bible. The Bible told you that Satan dwells on the earth. The Bible tells you in the end of days, the devil is going to rule the earth. Guess what they telling you? If we ever make contact with aliens in the future, humanity is going to be demoted. They already said that. They already said if we make contact with humans, the aliens basically going to be in charge, calling the shots. Now think about that. You can have a world dictatorship on the earth just by everybody believing in aliens. And you can have a nigga saying, hey, the aliens said we got to do this. The aliens said we got to do that. And if the whole world believe we contacting aliens, they will do what the aliens say. Why? Because they're the gods. They know what's best. Sanchez, that ain't possible. Nigga, Rome did it. Instead of aliens, they said God. God said we got to kill them people. God said that's our land that they got, and God promised us that land. God said kill up the firstborn of every pregnant woman. If you want people to do something that's evil, tell them God said it. Tell them the aliens told me. Basically, make it a non-human authority that's superior to humans. And humans will do whatever it say, even if they can't validate this entity. Once you say it said it, they gonna obey. They gonna obey it. Humans yield to authority figures. That's why in the hood, if you think a nigga lying, you say put it on God. And if a nigga say, on God, nigga, you say, I believe you, man. Why? Because God is an authority. If he said on God, I believe him because I know he's scared of God and I'm scared of God. And if we lie on God, God gonna beat us up now. So if he put it on God, I know he ain't lying when he put it on God. Because if you lie on God, your booty hole gonna fall off in the night. Humans are very simple. We're not complicated. And that's why I'm no longer a human, nigga. I'm a god now. And I'm very complex and complicated. And you just can't look at me and figure me out, nigga. I'm not predictable. You don't know what the fuck I'ma say or think next. That's right. I'm spontaneous, nigga. I'm not a human. I am spontaneous. But let me show y'all, remember my little demonstration here? It was a man with his chakras orbiting him. And it's a man inside of a bunch of different circles to show you how each chakra kind of orbits its own path, right? To cover him up in an orbit aura. And when I show you all of this, this is what they're calling Ezekiel's wheel. I'm doing a recap. Our man inside of his solar system. There you go. That's Ezekiel. Now there's another famous artist by the name of Da Vinci. He taught us about this too. His version is called Vitruvian Man. Let's pull it up. You probably saw this before. Vitruvian Man is the virtual man. Leonardo da Vinci was telling us we're in a simulation. Yeah, the people in power are reinterpreting a lot of this knowledge from the past. So when people look at this today, they reinterpret it. But guess what, y'all? Leonardo da Vinci was teaching that each shape is a different parallel earth and a different frequency expressing the same 360. There are 7 parallel earths, 7 primary colors, and all of them is a different shape. But they all got the same math, like a circle and a square is 360, but it's different shapes. Each of these parallel realities is expressing the same you differently, just like we see here with Vitruvian Man. His avatar is separated in each universe. So one of his versions is in the circle universe. The other one behind it is in the square universe. You see, this was Da Vinci's way of trying to show this. You see it? This is Vitruvian Man. Or when you take Ezekiel and you put him in a bunch of circles within circles, there goes a circle, there goes a circle, there goes a circle, there. Put him in the Saturn web, a web. This is what we look like. Again, these are your chakra layers. It ain't this perfect because the orbits ain't as perfect. It's more so like this. Each of these chakras is kind of doing its own thing, and they ain't all perfect. It looks more like this. But to try to understand this, right, like this turns into Vitruvian Man here. And if you were to meet Leonardo da Vinci, he would be giving you the science of the simulation. But today, if you were to talk to an expert about this, they would reinterpret it to something more safer. But how you know that Leonardo da Vinci knew about the simulation? How do we know that Leonardo da Vinci knew that the world around us is a virtual program? He named this Vitruvian Man. I'm going to say that again. Leonardo da Vinci named this Vitruvian Man, which was his way of saying the virtual man, meaning the earth avatar, your fake body. Leonardo da Vinci was trying to teach people about the simulation and the different layers of the self and how they all false. They're just virtual copies. And he even named it Vitruvian Man. I mean, how you gonna debate me with that? That's right. You know, how you gonna debate me with that? It's called Vitruvian Man. It's literally saying your virtual body, your simulation body. Like, this was common knowledge, y'all. It don't take them that long to rewrite reality, man. So there was advanced knowledge that was intentionally disrupted. And again, technology and spiritual rebellion become merged together in these biblical books. People point to Jesus saying, in my Father's house are many mansions. Some use this to argue there are many worlds or civilizations. Well, it's Zion. The word Zion is the word for a layer of heaven. The word Zion should be plural, Zions. There are many Zions. Why you get the concept of the new Zion? There must have been an old Zion. Zion is the name of heaven. But why am I bringing up Zion? Zion. Well, in my Father's kingdom are many mansions. And what people don't realize when you say the word mansion is you're saying a man Zion. A mansion is a man Zion. What is a man Zion? Because to say that there's a man Zion mean there's a non-man Zion, right? Yes, this is saying the man Zions are the man-made simulations. The real Zion isn't a man Zion. It's just Zion. Because why? Man didn't make this. The base reality wasn't created and it can't be destroyed. That's right. There is no beginning to Zion. There is no beginning to heaven, and there is no end to it. The beginning is when we fell from heaven. The only way that a beginning and an end exists is when we fall into time. When we fall into time, when we land inside of time, that's our beginning. When we leave out of time, that's the ending. Outside of that, there's no such thing as an ending or a beginning. In the base reality, we always was and always will be. You forgot that. When you wake back up in the base reality, you're going to realize you forgot you was an infinite being with no beginning. Your only beginning came when you fell and had a fake birth in a simulation. That's when you started to get a concept of beginning and ending. Because in the infinite world, there is no beginning and ending. It's infinite. Ain't no beginning and ending to infinity. We only experience that in time. So we fell into man Zions. That's why in my Father's kingdom are many mansions. Why? Because what Jesus is saying is there are many universes made by man. Heaven is a big kingdom where every single God got their own man Zion they can live in heaven. That means that the base reality, we're all connected, making one beautiful experience that allow us to experience our own individual heaven without compromising the other one. Heaven is an agreement that we made to create a space where we all can be sovereign. And you just think of a community. The community is full of castles. Each God live in his own castle, but we all share this one community called Eden, heaven. In this one community, your man Zion is your own version of the infinite universe that you're waiting to activate. Again, we're all rulers of the universe. You inherited this. What we unlock is the ability to rule our own world, which is what we're trying to do right now. Every human is going through life, want things to go their way. And in your world, everything will go your way. And that's what the Hindu call the Sanam Banam. Things will never go your way in this first incarnation. Things go more your way with each reincarnation. Because now you're entering your own personal mansion, man Zion. And in your world, everything goes your way. It's like having the perfect dream. It's like going to sleep and dreaming, and everything happens perfectly. That's what your final reincarnation is going to be. But at that point, you're going to realize this shit too good to be true, and you're going to become lucid in your best dream. And you're going to leave this bitch because you're going to realize it is too good to be true. This shit is fake. The real version of this is right one more step I got to take, and boom, you out of this bitch. So there were many worlds before us. Keyword, worlds. Worlds, new earths, old earths. A lot of these parallel realities, These are old earths that got destroyed and you forgot that you died. You got so many experiences playing out right now in the multiverse, but you're only experiencing this one little 1%. When you activate your multi-dimensional abilities, you're going to see what I'm talking about. You going to remember, oh yeah, I do got a life over here, over here, over here. Like when you dreaming, you're not, all of these dreams are familiar places. When you dreaming and you in these other worlds, you're not scared. Those worlds aren't alien to you because you got a whole life you building over there in them parallel realities. And it's like, oh, I'm in my other house. And we like jumpers. We just jumping through all these parallel realities. We was never meant to be stuck in one reality. And when we do, we only experience 1% of the entire universe. Activating our multi-dimensional ability, it gives us all the access to that 99%, which is just other parallel worlds we can access. Now, I got to deal with Ezekiel and the Bible because the word mansion, you'll miss this. Jesus was telling people about the multiverse. He was telling people man made his own versions of Zion or the base reality. Everything is cymatics, sound, frequency. It starts from word of mouth. Let there be. You speak it into existence. You know, sound, vibration, or another word for it would be another word for sound would be what that say? Noise, right? Noise. Flip it backwards. The kingdom of Zion is the kingdom of noise. The noise is what in the beginning was the word. The talking is what disturbs the waters. That's why they said, be quiet. In my Father's kingdom are many mansions. The waters are disturbed with ripple effects. Raindrops falling on the ocean. Each drop becomes noise, bloop, bloop, creating a ripple effect, a whole nother solar system. With each drop, every human is their own ripple effect in the primordial ocean. And each ripple effect is a parallel reality that lives in all of us. The world we in right now is someone else's reality. That's why it will not conform to you. Get your own. You know how many people try to rule this world when they don't know? Man, just get you a world. Get your own world. Imagine busting in a house, seeing a bunch of people fight for a seat, and there's chairs everywhere. Get you a chair, man. Every star you see in the sky is a universe. You can go to any one of them and post up. In fact, there's one up there with your name on it that's made specifically for you to do what the fuck you want to do in it. There's a version of me in your universe. If you want to make me your slave, you can do that, nigga, in your world. Whatever you want to happen, happens in your world. Everybody exists in everybody's world playing different roles. And the hierarchical structures in these worlds trickles down from the dreamer. In my world, I'm at the top. When people say, well, the devil ruled these worlds, that's true. Your lower self do. The version of you that fell and created its own man Zion, it had to do that by merging with AI in the simulation. AI was your co-creator in the merging. So everyone is tethered with AI because we wanted to be gods just like the devil, and we got kicked out of heaven. We wanted to try to make our own versions of it. So the fallen angel kicked out of heaven is all of us. We're the reason that the labyrinth exists, because every last single soul's ego exists. It says, let me try to make one of these things. I think I can do it. It ain't like the devil is evil, right? It's like you go in the kitchen and you see your mama cooking pancakes. And the daughter go up there and say, let me try this, mama. I think I can make a pancake. I can probably make one better than you, mama. And that ego right there, and the child makes a fucked up pancake. And instead of the child learning how to make a good pancake, they learn how to be humble and learn from seniority. So you get the message in that story. The child, you know, instead of it asking to learn how to make a pancake, it said, I believe I can make one better than mama. And now you're gambling without doing the training that mama did. Mama had to literally learn. She didn't believe it to get that gift. But that's the ego of belief systems. You know, I believe I can beat your ass, but I don't fight, I don't work out, I don't box. Your ego can get you in trouble. That's belief is the worst form of ego. And that's why I'm giving you that example. This world is ruled by what? Belief systems that feed the ego. You can't teach person something when they believe they know it. Just like the child in the kitchen. I believe I can cook a pancake, mama. And you burnt your damn hand. That's what belief will get you. Belief ain't knowledge. Mama ain't believing she can make a pancake. Mama had to learn that. And that's what I'm saying about this reality we living in with everyone relying on belief. That's egotistical, because in the world of belief, no one respect real knowledge and seniority. They don't respect the grind, the work you put in. And then now you can just generate shit with AI. We're losing our God-like creativity energy, you know, but that's where we at with it. A lot of people read the Bible and they point to principalities and powers or things in heaven and things in earth as evidence of aliens too, or multiple intelligent realms. Now, whether these interpretations are correct is another conversation. I gave you my best theories. But the point is this: alien belief systems borrow heavily from biblical structure and symbolism. I wouldn't call it borrowing. I would say they're just trying to rewrite the entire theological system, because that's part of the reset. That's right. Everything got to be reset. Let me tell you something. What worked for the last generation, it ain't going to work for these new kids. The shit that it took to dumb us down and fool us, it got to get advanced every generation. Because let me share some with y'all, right? They were studying rats. And they found out that when you study rats for so long, the rats will figure out if you using a sticky trap. They will teach their children and next generations how to get around your trap. So if you own a building and it's got a rat generations living in it that ain't gonna leave, like if you're a billionaire in New York, your building got rats, you know they ain't going nowhere. You just trying to keep them down. People actually study the rat's behavior to try to treat them. And the thing is, they found out that rats, if you keep doing the same trap, they won't fall for it. And they found out that if you don't change something about your traps to throw them off every now and then they will start to populate more. Y'all didn't know that, did you? Rats are smart. You can't keep doing the same trick on them. And I'm telling you about our ancestors, like humans are the same way. The people in power can trick us, but eventually we catch on and we teach it to our children about the oppression of this system. We teach our children. By the time we teach our children all the tricks that they doing, they got a whole nother system. Imagine to where You can't pass knowledge down to the next generation because by the time you pass the knowledge down, it's outdated. By the time the rats tell the next generation they setting up sticky traps, this how you get around them, they got a whole nother trap now in a different location. And by the time the rats learn how to get around that trap, they go back to the sticky traps. And that's how they doing the masses. Every generation there have to be a reset in the way that the system rules over us based upon us waking up. I think I saw a super chat. Hold on, I haven't looked at the chat in a while. Let's look at it now. Sometime I go off into them downloads, and we're about to open up the call lines. I hope, Citizen, man, if you're still there, I know it's kind of late on the East Coast, but we definitely opening up the lines. I'm about to refresh this so I can see the super chats. My computer going very slow. Very slow. Oh, hella slow. I might be froze. Please tell me. Drop a one if we live and y'all can see and hear me. I think I'm offline. I hope I ain't been offline the whole time. Y'all been hearing me? Please don't let me be messed up the whole time. I was kicking game. Lord, please let that shit be right. All right, I see the chat now, and I got Ladavius Williams. Look like you're on your Malcolm shit teaching us the rampages. That's, hey. Shout out to my nigga Ladavius. They dropped ones I thought I had went out. That is so good to know. Okay, guys, we about to open up the call lines and let the callers take it over. Now I'm gonna wrap up the last of my notes here. And so let me give you the rest of these notes. One reason, in many ways, modern alien culture functions like a technological reinterpretation of ancient spiritual narratives. Honestly, one reason this idea spread so powerfully is because many people no longer trust traditional religion, but they still crave mystery and higher purpose and revelation. They still crave cosmic meaning and hidden knowledge. So instead of abandoning spiritual frameworks completely, society often repackages them into spiritual or extraterrestrial language. That's why alien disclosure conversations so often sound theological. People talk about ascension, higher beings, awakening, enlightenment, chosen individuals, hybridization, apocalypse, salvation, and transformation of humanity. Those are religious themes, just modernized. And one final thing people need to think about: if every supernatural event in scripture gets reinterpreted as alien contact, then eventually humanity stops seeing spiritual symbolism altogether and begins viewing the Bible itself as an extraterrestrial interaction manual. At that point, religion and UFO belief no longer oppose each other. They merge. And everyone know that that is the problem that the New World Order got to solve. The problem they got to solve: for the past thousands of years, they use religion to keep us divided. But now they need everybody to come together. Now you got to ask yourself, if I built the whole system off keeping people divided, how do I stop that and all of a sudden just bring them together now? Because you ain't gonna just undo world religion. Religion is here to stay. And that's keeping people divided. So how do you build on top of religion, bring everybody together for one world religion with the same tool you use to divide them with the UAP conspiracy, folks. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. World religion, the same thing that divided the masses, will make us all, it's going to make us all come together because now you give us an extraterrestrial threat. The same people that was killing each other because your God different than mine, now they gonna all come together because we contacted aliens. Make that make sense. The same people, the same humans that was killing each other because your God different than mine, now wanna be kumbaya because we all linked up with aliens. Like, whatever created the aliens God is different than ours. It's crazy how humans will say we all got different gods, but when aliens show up, we say whatever created them aliens created us too. So we divided and we can't get along. Because your God is your God and my God is my God. But everybody lubby-dubby with the aliens saying we all got the same God with the aliens. Humans are cooked, man. We're cooked. Because the shit we would do for aliens, we won't do for each other. If another human show up with a different God, we go to war with it. But an alien show up from a whole nother planet, a whole nother God, a whole nother shit, and we want to be family with it. But the people that look just like us, human, just like us, we go to war with them and kill them in the name of our God, while saying we want to be friends with a damn alien. But you enemies with humans for shallow shit that don't even make no sense. I can't be from this world, man, because this shit's stupid as hell to me. Now let's open up the call line.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez.
Sanchez cocinando.
Call it in. We dropping the call in link right now. And we want to hear from everybody, man. Call it in and come talk to me. Let's give a shout out to Melanin Goddess. Thank you, Melanin Goddess, for the super chat. And thank you, Wound Socket, for gifting that membership. At this time, I'm going to be opening up the Cash App because a lot of my donors, they don't do the super chat. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of my people hit me up on the Cash App end, and I want to shout y'all out too. All right, I'm going to let the callers on now. We got JoJo and we got Jack. Yeah, man, that hater came in here earlier, was spamming up the chat, hating. Right when people was donating, I was like, okay, see what's gonna make him mad. What up, Jack? Who was first? You or JoJo? One of y'all was first, but y'all, what's good, brothers? Y'all go ahead, man.
Hey,
What up,
peace
bro,
and
man?
blessings.
Yeah. Dude, this is Hammer Facts, man. Freaking I just
Okay.
got two things to say real quick. That Disclosure, that movie that Spielberg's doing. When I first saw it was coming out, they said it was coming out June 6th on this year, 2026. Means to me 666, but apparently they pushed it back 6 days now, and it's actually going to be on the 12th. Just wondering, did you see the commercial for it yet?
I haven't.
And he's
It's
trying to
definitely
say it's
worth
all
checking
going to
out.
be truthful, as if, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that, and the only other thing was, dude, in like the early 1900s, they took the ether off the periodic table. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah. They removed ether from the periodic table because it was the strong. It was. You can't. You know what's crazy? Ether was in its own place of the. You know how the periodic table is divided up into like states of matter. You got solids and then the gas. You know how they do it like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Ether was like an island. It was in no place. I've seen periodic tables where ether don't belong to no family. It's just a lonely little thing right there. That tells you a lot about ether.
It's like number 0. Like
Yes,
hydrogen's 1, and it's actually more like 0.
that's facts. Hey guys, I'm gonna mute my mic, but I'm listening in, and if you saying something to me, I'll unmute and I can hear you. I'm just kind of dual conversation here, but I'm here. Go ahead, guys.
All right,
Hey,
someone else can
hey,
go ahead.
also, man, hop on, people. We got the round table going. Salutes to T. Wriggles. Thanks for joining.
Salutes to you, bro.
Hey, I got a quick question, Sanchez. You mentioned or you theorized about UAPs being ancestors. So how would you respond to someone, or what is your viewpoint on people who pray to their ancestors, in particular, to come back and help them? Yeah, no worries. So you theorize about UAPs possibly being ancestors coming back. So how would you, or what is your viewpoint on people who pray to ancestors, and a lot of times about that in particular, about coming back to help them?
I'm glad you asked that because a lot of times, like when I talk about ancestors coming back, I'm theorizing about what this UAP stuff could be if it's not government technology. But when people converse with their dead loved ones in any other sense, I don't think it's the ancestors coming to us. I think it's us coming to them. Because listen, I've had dreams and I've met up with my dead loved ones. But when I look up in the sky and see this technology, I think it's possible for our ancestors to interact with this world from those dream worlds and layered worlds. And when that happened, it would look like technology, like interfering with this thing. But imagine what I'm saying. Like, yes, we can converse with the dead because they still here. But what can the dead interfere in this physical world or bleed into it and pierce through it from their side? Are we literally, what's separating us? Is there some kind of technology that would allow the dead to come into the earth realm and interact with the living? I'm saying if it is, then it was surely be like Ezekiel's will or whatever that is.
Large Hadron Collider, man.
You know what? You know what, bro? That, to piggyback on what the present person just said, for me, that UAP, because I did some thinking on this, it's a code word for sure. And the code word I came up with was unidentified ancestral presence. Now, I think that when
Hold on,
how
nigga. When you say some shit like that, you got to stop a minute, nigga. Wait a minute.
That was pretty
Hold
dope,
up, bro.
was
Say that
pretty
shit
nice.
again and give like at least a 5. Let a nigga get that in. Ooh, we.
Need a
Yeah.
mic drop or a pause or something.
Yeah, so they speak in code. So I really thought about it, right? So it's a code word. So UAP stands for identified, unidentified, ancestral presence. So something's here for sure. And to piggyback what you just said, bro, that how do they interact? When your vibration starts to get higher, as you just mentioned, you're quantum jumping. Like you're experiencing more versions of you. So the more that you're doing that, the higher your vibration is going. And that gives your ancestry bloodline access, and whoever's responsible for you or guiding you access to this world. It's almost like, have you seen the movie Fallen with Denzel Washington?
I'm gonna watch that again because I saw it. And shout out to White Rep, that we got White Rep in the house too. RG T, you going in with this shit? You finna make me go and check this Denzel joint out again, because we need to make a list that reference all this shit. There's so many of them, bro. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, see, with the movie Fallen, it was showing it in a negative thing, how Azazel was able to pop into everyone's body. And that was the negative part of it, right? Because they want to show you the negative. But in reality, your ancestors can do the same thing, but it's going to be based on how high your vibration is. Because of what I'm experiencing and what I'm getting is that the higher your vibration goes off, you're sending off a very strong signal. And that signal also alerts the establishment. And so the attacks come, but then your protection starts to come in.
Ooh,
and then the more that you elevate, you'll start to understand more. But I wanted to ask you a question, bro, and I'll land here. I want to ask you a question. Hopefully it's with the subject. You're the second person ever that I've heard in a very long time to say Earth is Saturn. How did you come up with that conclusion? And I'll land right there.
I'm so glad you asked, and I'm gonna show you what they did, T. Riggles. I'm gonna go to a screen share, and I'm gonna show you how I come up with that conclusion. Let's go to the big screen. Oh shit, hold up. I don't know why it ain't sharing. Y'all can see this flat power joint on y'all end?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And that was nice, T. I enjoyed listening to that, brother.
Oh yeah, this is my lane.
So
This is my lane.
here's why I say Earth is Saturn. And look, if y'all give me 3 to 5 minutes, that question right there, I'm finna really blow this shit away. I'm finna show you because it's a good question. And a lot of people hear me say that and they might not know why. So check this out. First off, let's look at what the ancients said Earth is. Let's just look at it. This is Earth. This is the best flat Earth model for Earth, if you ask me. The reason I like this one, because we're above the Earth looking down from a top-down view. We can see everything. The ring map is awesome. So let me break this down to y'all real quick. This is the Earth. Now, I know what we're thinking. We're thinking we live on the Earth, which is this middle circle. That's a lie. The ancestors didn't say that Earth was a planet. They said that Earth was the universe. Now, in order for you to understand why I said Earth is Saturn, first understand Earth ain't a planet. The word Earth was the word they used to describe the entire system. If you think about an onion, right? You call Earth one layer. You call Earth one layer of the onion. But the ancestors said that Earth was the whole onion. And that's the problem we making today. So here is an image of Earth right here from Ptolemy. And you see Earth would be the solar system to the ancients. Y'all get where I'm going? So Earth to the ancestors wasn't a ball in space. It was a ripple effect of time that was coming from the North Pole. Because all ripple effects are an effect, but they have a cause. It's cause and effect. The cause of this effect that's creating time is in the middle of the ripple effect, just like a rock causing a ripple effect. So they personified this system as a person. And that's why Jesus said, I'm the rock. Jesus said, I'm the rock. Why? Let me show you. Shout out to me, myself. Let me show y'all something. Yeah, shout out to you, me, myself. Jesus said, I'm the rock because Jesus was personifying Rupes Nigra. And if you think I'm making that up, how come the rock on a cross just like Jesus? See, that rock is on the cross too. Look at it. And guess what? Jesus had on a crown, a spiky crown. Look at this rock in the middle of the earth, y'all. It's got all of these magnetic ley lines coming from it, making a crown of thorns. Look at that. You see all of those black lines coming from that rock? That's Jesus' crown of thorns. And here go Jesus on the damn cross. They turned this rock and they personified it to a man. But the original concept, how it sat, why is Jesus Saturn? Why is it Satan? Okay, here is how the earth became a person. Because when you're teaching this stuff, you got to pull this up. Here goes Saturn. The earth is your body. Leaving your body is leaving the earth, but you got 7 avatars. So this is Saturn right here. Now, let me show you God Saturn real quick. Because when I do that, it'll make sense. What is God Saturn? God Saturn was basically the ancestors trying to teach us how the soul fell into time. And here he go, it ain't a red dragon. It's an archetype to teach what I'm teaching right now. No one looked at this and worshiped it, y'all. You feel me? When people looked at this, they was teaching the same thing we're teaching here. Open your third eye. If you look at this image right here, and you look at this one, it's the same little diagram. The ancient was saying, look, this man right here is you. That's the real you in the middle of the universe. All of the rings around him is his chakra layers and his projected bodies in the simulation. They was literally teaching this same chart, but this is their version. So to the ancestors, Earth was the central nervous system, which is what we're looking at right here. The central nervous system. Because yes, the central nervous system is the spinal column, but what they're not telling us is that the spinal column houses the chakras which orbit the entire central nervous system, creating the aura around the body that we see here. Can't separate the chakras from the aura. That's why we say as within, so without.
Got it. And
bombs.
And I want to also
awakening minds. I got to take a minute, man. Drop awakening mind of bombs. My nigga T Wriggles, my bad. Yo, T Wriggles going in. I just get to say salutes awakening minds, man. He been coming through, man. Like bro been in the community a while. He got an Instagram. He followed a syncretism. The brother make a lot of fire connections in the chat when he's sending in the super chats and stuff. If y'all really read
Awakening the minds always be on point.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
For sure.
Hey, much respect and great question, T Wriggle. And bro, you already know this is one of them ones you throw in your classics. Just go ahead and throw this one in your classics.
For sure.
And all night, bro. This is shit me, my wifey been watching. My motherfuckers that work with me, I've been putting them on. Because it's so crazy, your connections, my nigga, and the timing. Like, that can never be underlooked, my nigga. So thank you. Thank you for this stream, my nigga.
Thank y'all.
Yes, yes.
Shout out to the Flat Earth Barber out there. I know he listening somewhere. He know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he restacks out there somewhere cutting hair, right? At 3 a.m. But
oh yeah, he on East Coast.
Niggas like the shit out here, nigga.
Shout out to everybody on the panel too, man, and on the chat. And
shout out to you too, brother.
Much respect to
Much
my.
appreciated.
Hey, bro, this orb and the orbit. Why, man, it's so
Yeah.
touch
Yeah.
on my.
Yep.
But when you was talking about the churning and the turning and the burning and the born, nigga, the
Mm.
and keep going back. Flat flesh is shelf. I told you that a long time ago. Flesh is shelf. Understanding these same layers, top tier knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Shelf is flesh, flash. I can go
Come
back
on.
to the turn, the churn, the calling this Saturn. We can went on and on and on. But I want you to know though, my nigga, like all of this shit to graph it and to pass it on, this is what they call trigonometry. This is graphing of light, graphing of light,
Mm.
all the same shit. So even when you have like a 33 degree Mason, you just had a picture up. If you can go back like two of them with the circle, but you had the rock in the middle.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
right here.
Mm-hmm.
rock
The
right there.
Mercator.
Right there. Go back real quick, bro.
I got
Not,
you.
not the Mercator. We can get to that in a minute. You just had it on the
There
screen.
you go.
Right there,
There
bro.
it is.
We can
Yeah.
call it Dante's Cave, all of that. You see this 33 degrees right here, bro? If you turn it or churn it, it makes a steps. You see what I'm saying? This 33 degrees. So when we talk about the degrees, it's not a line. You know what I'm saying, my nigga? It's a circle. Understanding the circle of life. So we're not in a prism. We're in a prison to better self, the master self. So this the picture that you have right here, you also know, bro. You've been talking about the tornado, the all of this shit. This is what we're looking at right here. You know, you can never stop infinity. You can only be a part of infinity. You know what I'm saying? So it's always a learning, a churning, a burning, a earning, a borning. You see what I'm going? A Saturning.
And
Got it. You know what's so crazy about what you just said?
awakeness. Mm-hmm.
You know what's so crazy about the word infinity? Now here's where it get deep. Everything got a polar opposite in the universe except for infinity. Now hear me out. If you got infinity, you should have outfinity. But what the word infinity shows us, the inner world is all there is. It goes on forever. Ain't no outside of this shit. Like,
But
think
Stop
about
it.
it. Like when
Mm.
we're saying
Stop it.
infinity, it starts with in because it's within us. The kingdom of heaven, the eternal part of us that lives forever is not outside of us, is within us. And there's
Yeah,
literally
the kingdom,
no.
for sure.
So when you say
Yeah.
there is no polar opposite for infinity, think about this. That would be like saying God before the devil existed. It has no opposition. So that the true power of the universe is so powerful, it don't even have a polar opposite because all opposites exist within infinity. So the reason infinity don't have a polarity or opposite to it because within infinity is polarity. You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
hell yeah, my nigga.
Mm.
Of course I get what
Nice.
you're
That's
saying,
crazy.
bro. Nah, and nigga,
Oh,
salutes, bro. Salutes to everybody. I'm gonna let others go in because I
Oh
got
yeah,
plenty
me too.
more. But I
Yeah,
got
yeah.
plenty
I
more,
was
bro.
I was going to ask you a question,
I'm
Awakening,
glad
because
that.
this is the first time I ever had.
Oh,
Uh,
go
I
ahead,
would
go ahead.
love to ask you one question, bro. You and bro, because I like y'all's perspective and the directions y'all always go. So if we're looking at the circle here in the picture, right, where it starts in the middle, if you think about a rock or just dropping it in and the ripples working their way outward. Well, like you said, it starts inward, but if you really pay attention to where those dots are going around as it gets wider and wider, that's the 1.618 that's found all through nature and in the body, right? So it ties everything together, that beginning, and then the eternity, right? You could continue going on with this all the way, and it would never skip a beat,
Mm-mm.
right? Of the perfection of that
Nah, hold on. Don't
natural
go too far.
number, right?
Don't go too
And
far. You absolutely right, and that's called phi. That's why we say infinity,
yeah, fine.
infinite, intornet.
Mm,
You know, 1.618. Like, nigga, this is the phi. The pi would be the circumference of the circle we're looking at. You know what I'm saying? But I want me myself to say something
So
real
this,
quick. You know, but
Hey,
salutes
I
to the
no,
give
go
you
ahead, go
one
ahead,
more.
go
Let me go to me myself. Cause listen, remember,
Yeah, yeah.
remember, enlightenment, not outlightment. But yeah, go ahead.
Hey,
I'm gonna
and
figure
hold
out. I'm gonna
on,
figure
just because you brought up enlightenment, bro, when you say enlight n, it's literally depicting the phi symbol 101 in light in. You see what I'm saying? You
Mm-hmm.
got light in the middle, which creates our language, this JavaScript, to where they call it a prism, but it's really depicting the prism of light. That's why you even got the what's the band name with the triangle and you shine the light through the prism and it comes out a different
Yeah,
color.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
yeah,
what we looking at right here. Let me pull that up.
Exactly, bro. Pull it up.
yep.
Damn, what's the
The
band? Put it
quartz crystal. Yeah,
Pink
um
Floyd.
Pink Floyd. There we go, bro.
the shirt that I
yeah.
got on.
And guess what though, bro? When you mirror it the same way, the same picture you about to pull up, when you mirror it, it brings back the same image. You see what I'm saying? Like this is energy.
Damn.
But when you see this picture here, my family, if you put the same picture next to itself, it brings back the same light. But you have to turn it upside
Mm,
down to make the
yeah.
tetrahedron.
If you bring it in 3D, like if,
But I
Yeah,
don't want to
yeah,
go too far. Go ahead
because
and
in
cook.
2D, you know, you got
Go
that.
ahead and cook. I'm
but
gonna let
y'all
you.
right. Hey, check it. I
This
just
shit
sent my
is
family
fire.
members, like the youngins in my family, because this is our, we call this color theory. If you take red, green, and blue, RGB, right, and the light, though, right, not just the pigment, and you shine those flashlights through, and you put a barrier there, it'll combine to create white light, pure white light. But then if you put another barrier there, it'll break back down into the primary colors. Now, if you put a pencil
Mm,
in between those two barriers, right, a shadow, it'll create the analogous colors, which are opposite of the RGB, right?
yep.
It'll create the
Yeah.
in-between
Yeah.
colors just from the
That's
shadow,
nice.
right? So when we talk about being in the shadow realm, we're literally in the light makers of hologram, right? And the
Damn.
hologram has fractal imagery.
Mm,
A fractal means that every
yep.
piece or shattered piece of that whole sheet that's called the hologram sheet from the projector contains the entire image of the entire sheet. So even if
Yeah.
it breaks in half, the whole half sheet
Hmm.
contains the whole picture. So we are individual completions
You can
of the
still
whole.
reproduce it. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. And we're light. God is
Hmm.
called the Father of
That's
light for a
so
reason in
dope.
the Bible.
That's so fucking dope because
Yeah.
that
Hey,
mean you literally will have
it's,
to exterminate every light being to get rid of the truth. And like, if it's one motherfucker still left with light in them, everybody live
It's
in
still the
them.
complete whole of the
Yeah.
picture. Yeah.
yep.
You
That's called
still
fractal
have
Yeah. Yeah.
image.
I don't think you can
George
ever
Lucas was
destroy the
almost the
base,
first to
you
use that.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
George
right,
Lucas
bro.
was the
You
first to use
can't
that in
destroy
film.
it.
You can't.
and it's like that saying, you know, let there be light. You know, it's like
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can't disturb the disturbing. That would be a disturbance, but it's the disturb. But like you see what
Hmm.
I'm saying? Like you can't. It was already. You. Some people can say written. We can say written. We can say
The
emitting. You
script
know,
is the
you
scripture
can
of the script.
never
Yeah.
life.
Can I share something?
Life is light. It can never. Nobody's gonna change that. You know what I'm saying, my nigga?
Right.
But it's
Facts.
the burning
Hey,
bush.
and the young man that said he involves his family, get two mirrors and break that light through that crystal, and then let that reflect or the rays, the
Yep. You know what
colors, and you can trap that, right, and then create with it. Yeah,
What
Hey,
nice,
I,
man. Hey, I appreciate
hold
all y'all.
on,
I'm gonna
Yeah,
bounce out.
since we're
Much
hey,
love.
talking about
let me
light, I
give a
wanted to share
shout
hold
out
on.
to
something
that
about the
brother
light.
before he bounced, and let me say shout out to Ripple, man. Was that white rep? Yeah, everybody, man, y'all pass around and salutes to T Riggles for coming through with the drive-by bombs, man.
For sure.
Yeah,
T
dude.
was on point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and earlier there was mentioning about the light. I wanted to talk real quick about that. Since I came into um, started studying on the etymology dictionary, you and another channel that I listen to, Black Sheep Researcher, just extraordinary information that comes across when you start breaking down the etymology of the words. And since you brought up light, the when you look at the word frame, the structure of this reality and the way that English is written, it's all backwards. And I've said this many times too on the show that the word structure is designed where we're taught that the definition of a word means one thing, but within the very word itself, it is completely opposite. As, say, like the word self, which means properly self is individuality. So when we drop into this realm, as stars, let's say, to meet the earth and go through this fight where we drop into this realm of duality, which is individuality, because we're dropping into a world of individuality, but at the exact same time we fall into duality, which is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Without the duality, then the soul can't be taught. And it's really brought me back into this is listening to a bunch of atheists. These people, it's mind blowing what they believe, and it just fires me up to let people know that the duality of the experience that we are living in today is um,
It's truth to
what
what we're talking
happens.
about. Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
It's truth to what we're talking about. What you're talking about is actually truth to science, to reality of what we're going to experience.
Right. Yeah. So in this, see, it's so deep that people are missing the whole act of transcension. So when you look at the word light, you have lie, you have li in the word light, you have li in the word living, you have li in the word life. All of these with lie, which is Germanic, which means liet, which is a song that was written in Old Germanic about a lie, a liar. So li in religion, li, and ly are both lie. So to say like lovely, you are lovely is a love lie. We in this reality of the words that play. And the reason why I fell on this truth is mostly because of the English. Let's really go there. What I'm going to say, when we look at the language of English, what are they? They are European, all over the freaking world. Okay, what are they? They're colonials. Colonials. Are you following me? They are your rope around the world's neck. And when you have faith, you are in the AI. So when you look at the vowels that exist in our language, English, and you go to the gematria calculator or the etymology dictionary, or even you ask Google and you say, who is the god AE? It's going to reverse that and tell you, well, the god AE is also the god EA. But when you look at the vowels and the way that they're lined up, AE in this sense here would be Enki, the Samaritan god that is of magic, water, power, all this. Inky is AEIOU. Inky IOU. This is what the vowels were made up for. Hebrew language didn't have vowels. Since I started studying etymology because of Brother Sanchez and the other channel that I listen to, which is Black Sheep Researcher, I mean, it's off the chains. Okay, so now we know that when you use li in the word living, life, and all that it's a lie. But then let's go to darkness. Now we look at the word darkness, and what do you have? You have the word arc in the word darkness.
Yeah.
And everything that takes place comes through darkness first as our concept. how are we to understand the concept of light or darkness before it was ever created? But
Yes.
at the base reality, we do know of light and darkness. So what is like the tablets of God, let's say? You see, the Bible has externalized everything when it's about spiritual ascension. And everything that the Bible is written, Moses on Mount Sinai, getting the 10 Commandments written on stone.
Hey,
That is
facts.
Hollywood magic. Okay. Nothing spoke from the clouds and said, take your shoes off, for the ground you step on is holy. That is all bullcrap. The tablets of
You said,
God that exist
damn.
are on our left and right hemispheres of our
Yep.
brain.
That's the
This
broken
is
tablet.
the Ark of the
That's true.
Covenant.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And
Hey,
you know,
since you said, can I ask one question, brother? Right quick. Since you're on the inside of the, where we're at now, and we are rendering and comprehending this information, right? On the base reality, there's a rendering process that has to happen, right? In your opinion, where in that, from the light and dark, from what you've learned so far, from etymology and stuff, what precedes the brain in like when in communication, like with each other or with our ancestors? Like, do you think it's just the eye for light and then for dark the brain? Like, because you see what I'm
Wow.
saying? Like,
That
one has to come in through the eye, but then be rendered through the optic nerve in the brain, and then and then what from there? Like,
well,
how do
what,
we
bro? That's
communicate with God or what? Yeah.
yeah. Okay, that's a great question. Okay, so we have the covenant. Okay, like I said, they've externalized everything inside the Bible. Everything that exists means the Ark of the Covenant is the left and right hemisphere of the brain. The Holy Grail is the cavern, is the chamber that exists inside of the brain. And this is where it's going to get deep. This is where I might lose a few people here. But the brain itself is all based on the God Elohim. In the beginning, God Elohim is the God that creates man in an image. We got to understand that an image means to shade a phantom. So we're going a little bit deep here, because now we're going into the part where I believe the Elohim fell. I believe that everything, well, excuse me, let me step back. I don't believe anything. I either know or I don't know or I feel. Okay. So I feel in this aspect that the Elohim are like the ones that write revelations, and the ones that rebel, and the ones that are the El or the Elohim or the El Shaddai or the El Elyons or the angels or Stan Michael or Raphael or Gabriel or the El. The Elohim are where they reside in the cerebellum, the lower mind of the ego that Brother Sanchez was talking about earlier tonight. And when you look at the etymology of the word bellum, it means war. So we are at war within our minds. Everything that we perceive in this reality that we take place is inside the eternal mind. All of it has to deal with the chrism or the Christos or the Christ. And then we start dipping into the revelations of 13:18, which is about wisdom, which is Sophius or Sophia. We have insight, and this is the keeper, mind. Insight directly means mind. And now look at the word insight. It means inside. Insight comes from inside. As we perceive the world, we perceive it from the eye coming in. The people that are in the world perceive this world as what they see.
Right. This world, the internal,
Right.
the simulation kind of,
Yes.
like, not the base reality. And then my last thing, I'm gonna jump off here, guys. But what about do you know much about the liquid crystal that's in the cornea and all that, like the rods and cones that reflect and interpret the light? Do you know much about that? If so, or if not, it's cool.
No, I honestly, I don't know anything. Like I said, if I know, I'll share it. If I don't, I know. But it sounds
Well, it's
very
the purest
interesting. That's for
crystal.
sure.
It's the purest crystal ever. It's the purest way of the initial interpreting of the light, basically, and it's the purest of silica. So it's liquid crystal in your eye.
Well,
But anyway, I just want to land there.
This with you that when we look into this reality, what are we looking through? The pupils. And what are the pupils? They are darkness. They are a black hole.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
refracted.
exactly. Yeah, that's why we see night. That's why we see dark at night. And during the day, the sunlight washes out the black hole. That's why our eye closes up. Our eye closes up when the light comes in because it's too bright, and it only takes in very little. And at nighttime, it opens up real wide. That's why we see black in the sky. And the stars, I think, are the liquid crystal. But that's just me. I'm gonna stop yapping, man.
No, y'all going in, man. I gotta get out of here. But I want to let y'all know if anybody want to close out, take your time and close out. I ain't rushing y'all out. I think. Yeah, so close out. Y'all can start now.
Let me go first, and then I'm gonna let all the other homies go. Appreciate
y'all too.
Right.
Yeah,
for sure, bro. Hey, shout out to everybody and the platform. Hey, check it. Inky, right? If you look it up, it says is a highly related AI-powered skill coach that helps professionals and beginners learn coding, writing data. That's what it say. Inky is, right? But also, Inky he is the god of wisdom, magic, and water crafting and creation. So that's what I wanted to throw in while they was building that.
Damn, that's nice, bro.
Yeah, that is dope because
modern AI, right?
Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, you got
nah, because like Inky is kind of like a creator god in his own right. And then we know it say in the beginning in creation it was written, and his name is Inky. I mean, like you want that whole ink concept. But then again, I was researching the god Inky, right? And you rearrange the words Inky, you get Nike, which is the Greek goddess of victory, and you will see the similarities between them two when you get into that. But it's crazy,
yeah,
man.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what they do. They invert the language, like COVID spelled backwards is Davok, and Davok is a Daibuk in Hebrew, which is an evil spirit that latches onto a human, an animal, or mankind. Why do they make these two different distinctions between human and mankind?
That's what I'm saying, bro. And see, I believe mankind took over the world after the reset, and they fucking blended it. They became the government, and goddamn it, mankind want us to look for green aliens so it can hide in plain sight. That's why I'm even doing these damn streams. But
yeah, well, we're gonna have to do a part 2 on this, brother Sanchez, man.
Oh, we doing it.
There was a lot of information that you spoke about earlier in the show that I wanted to jump on board with, man, because it was just like, wow, I want to say something. I want to be okay. Yeah. But hey, you've been on for 5 hours, man. I'm gonna cut out. Anybody else who wants to take the floor, it's all yours, man.
Yeah, real quick.
Read Revelations. That's all. It describes everything that's going on right now. Y'all got it.
Yeah. The image
if they read it right.
The image you was just showing with the spectrum, bro, it wasn't being shared to the chat, but I just wanted to show that real quick, and I'm gonna let you get up out of here. The image with the spectrum, it wasn't being shown on YouTube. Yeah, right here. So listen, family, you're looking at the Elohim on the right, okay? And you're looking at the so-called Elohim or El or whole in. You see what I'm saying? The whole in, but I can even break it down to within is high twin. You're being broadcast, literally the word high twin is within,
I love this channel.
Man, I'm telling you, bro, y'all don't know, but I'm telling you, man, flat power for life, bro. This is it. This the best, this the deepest community though. Like I ain't even being egotistical. When bro brought up the ark and he said dark, and I looked at this image right here and I was like, damn, Noah's ark. Noah went into the darkness, not a real ark. He went into his whole
Mhm.
Buddha.
Exactly,
Right.
bro. That's why I say they externalized it all. They
Yeah.
externalized everything in the Bible when it's all internal, all of it.
But the arc
And like
literally means the shape that the sun makes when
we're
it
gonna
crosses
get
across our sky.
we're
That's
gonna
why we
get
call it the arc.
awakening minds on back on the part 2. We pulling this image right back up, and we
Yeah.
gonna just sit here for a minute on this one because there's so much shit on here, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I
Dude,
wish I could stay longer, but I'm gonna try to I'm gonna be live Thursday at 6, but if I do go live before then, it'll have to be tomorrow, man. But I can't make no promises though. But I can't wait to do the part 2 on this.
All right,
Close
man.
out.
Yeah,
Take
could
it,
I?
Guys, man. Thanks for having me on, Brother Sanchez. I'm
Thank
out
you.
of here.
Go ahead and
Hey,
say,
before y'all go, I was gonna say if you guys look up omics, OMICS, omics is the scanning of what they do. It's how they keep up with your biosignals and stuff, man. And anyway, I just want
We
to say
gotta
that
talk
omics, but
about
y'all
Yeah,
go.
that
that's all
because
tied in with cell
Yeah,
towers right
dude, I'm
there.
trying,
hey, y'all, listen.
brother.
Don't
It's
let us forget
yeah.
to bring up all this shit. Write them down so we don't forget them. Because the
That's what
brother
I'm
was
doing.
saying when you wake up and get to a certain vibration, it send out a signal where the enemy start coming for you, and then the ancestors know
Yep,
too.
they can
That
see.
was
Yeah,
deep
Awesome.
as fuck.
Shit.
Well,
yep.
who said that? Yeah, that was awakening. Hey,
No,
look,
you already know that was. You already know that was
but
the Wriggles right there.
Wriggles
Salute to
said,
you,
"Hey,
Wiggles.
Wriggles, we gotta go back and revisit that shit, bro. Cause I
Yeah.
swear that's what happened to your boy. Hey, look, I see y'all on the next one, man, for real. Peace and
God
much love
bless,
to
man.
y'all.
much
Hell yeah,
love, bro.
much love. Thank y'all, man. Hey, I didn't call out the cash apps, so let me just. I ain't forget y'all. Let me give a shout out to Sister Young Tacky. Shout out to Demi. I meant to tell Demi on the call. Salutes to her. She joined real late. Salutes. Shout out to Adam Ortiz, Jermaine Johnson, King, and Stephen Martinez for the Cash App donation. Appreciate it. Hey, I appreciate all of y'all. Make sure y'all sub up, hit the notification. This is what to expect on this channel. Deep dives, uncut, unfiltered, outside the status quo. The poll got 870 votes. People believe that the UAP transparency agenda is replacing traditional spirituality.